Hello. 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 Hello.
What's up, fuckers? We're starting the yelling early. Oh, hello. How we doing? Happy motherfucking Saturday. Yo, what up, Raymond? It's good to see your face. How are you, buddy? Hi. I hope your Saturday's going well. What's nude? How you been? Hey, Variable Able. Sorry, you've already lost money. That's how that goes. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess since what was the last stream? Tuesday night, right? No, we streamed on Friday. No, we didn't. No, Friday was Halloween, so we didn't stream Friday. We streamed Thursday. That's right. Because Saturday. Wait, anime robot fights in Connecticut. You gotta tell me these things, pal. Are you in an airplane? Are you in a car? Thursday I did stream. No, Wednesday I did stream. Tuesday I did not. I was sick. Right. All right. You got it, Wojo. Wojo knows my calendar better than me. When you say you didn't stream, I assume other people streamed. Did you stream? Wojo, I don't even think you... Do you stream? I don't think you do. That's true. That's fair. I'll tell you, I feel like I aged 10 days since Thursday. Yeah. Thursday we did. Oh, that was so much fun. If anybody, oh my God, Dan, have fun with your niece.
Hello?
Can't listen. You filthy man. It's true. It's very true. Labyrinth, hi. If you guys were able to catch that stream with Swibby, oh my God. It was Business Memo, Swibby, myself, and Andrew. We played RV There Yet. Metro North of Manhattan, they do every first Saturday of the month. Oh, that's cool. So wait, do you bring all your robot parts on the train? That's crazy.
Hello.
So we played RV There Yet, and we had such a blast. Okay, bye. Oh yeah, yep. That was it. Jerry caught it. X marks watch should play that, right? Should be playing. Unless there's some reason why. Yeah, this is where Swibby just tossed me to an alligator. Yeah. She's a fucking monster. Fucking monster. Absolute. She lost her shit. Yeah. Alligators need tacos too. Yeah, I was like, oh, where was the alligator? I just want to see it. And she just picked me up and tossed me, and she's like, "Go take a look, pal." It was such a good time. That game is fun, but I think that game is fun because of the people you play with. Yo, Bad Dog, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I did get a good look. I got to look in the mouth. It was a good time. That was a lot of fun. Probably be playing that again soon. What else has happened? God, Thursday was a long day. Friday was yesterday, Halloween. Ended up just walking out of town with the kids. They all kind of split up. The oldest kid wanted to go off on their own. That was like the first time they wanted to do that. So they got some friends and they did a couple of neighborhoods nearby. Then number two, she went to a sleepover where they did a little trick-or-treating, but then it was like watching scary movies and all sorts of like snacks and stuff like that. And then we just had the little, so we are just like, hey, we're just gonna go find full bars. So we went to like, so there's so I don't know if you know this, I live right next to the Patriot Stadium. And basically, there's a couple of neighborhoods where all the Patriot players live, and you could literally walk around and meet the Patriot players. Some of them hang out and give out candy. Some of them, their families do it, all that sort of stuff. But it's always like they're really nice houses. You walk up, and they always have really nice setups and stuff like that. So it was fun. Why would you want to? Well, make it 7. I think depending on where you live and the success of your local NFL franchise, you may or may not appreciate the Patriot players. Actually, this year they're doing really well. I don't know if you've been watching. I know you're a Bills fan, so you tune in for like the first 7 or so games, and then they inevitably just fucking squander whatever options they have. That's, again, I have nothing to do with that. 3-hour drive. It's in Norwalk. What am I doing tomorrow? Are you driving? No, you're just going from New York to Norwalk. Tomorrow I got lunch at my dad's house, which should be interesting. But if you want to try to meet up halfway or something like that, we might be able to do it. We just got to figure out when. Cognar, what's going on, man? How you doing? You're not fighting yet. You're just attending. Oh, that's cool. You'll be interested to know this, Raymond. So my oldest kid, she just started Vote Technical School, and she's in the engineering track. And so she's engineering one of her first Raspberry Pi interactives, I guess. I don't know what you would call something that you guys can trigger here in the stream room. So we're starting to work on it. Jerry's given us a bunch of... He's basically laying out the path, and we just have to go walk it. So it should be pretty easy. But we have a pretty cool idea that we're working through. All right. Let's see. What else you guys got going on? How was your Halloween? Any good pictures from Halloween? You guys get up into any craziness? I did feel like this year, more than most, I felt, because it was a Friday night, I felt like the gremlins were out. Holy smokes. It just felt like a ton of kids just walking around causing trouble. We didn't have any ill effects, but a couple of houses in the neighborhood you could see like they got toilet papered. Crapple, what's up, man? How you doing? I think it was because it was a Friday night. Seemed to start a little bit later than usual. Cherry, do you get like a lot of foot traffic? Crapple, what's up, man? How you been? Thank you for the 10 streamer. Gremlin, yeah, the gremlins were out for sure. And listen, I am all for gremlins. I feel like prank has slowly, and I don't know, maybe it's me, it has gone from prank to assault really quickly. Oh, you played RV there? Yeah, what kind of play? Nice. You're old? I mean, aren't we all though? Dan is here. What up, Dan? How you been? Oh my God. Oh man. Same right back to you, man. I wouldn't be here. Thank you, Chris, for helping all the kids. I wouldn't be here able to do what I do if you guys weren't there doing what you do. all of you guys, whether that's you guys tuning in every week, every stream, or if it's Chris, always shouting me out, always sending over a butt ton of people. Dan, always popping up, saying hi, hanging out, making a ton of chaos. This place wouldn't be the place it is without all of you. Hi, Mom. How are you? I couldn't quite pull myself to call you Mommy, but we'll get there. Hey, Pumpy, what's up, man? How you been? Anyways, Chris, 36 fucking months. That's a very long time. So, brother, thank you so much. Vikings here as well. Dan, was that on the internets? You just saw you somewhere? Oh, probably, yeah. Jerry, Chris, I don't know if you were here for this, but after I came home from Chicago, after hanging out with you in your stream room, oh my God. Oh, brother, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the Prime, man. Thank you for the Daddy Bezos dollars. Chris, I don't think you were here, but I was just talking about someone could write, I would say, I was going to say a book, maybe not a book, but I think what happens in your room, like the level of interaction. Oh my God. What? Brother. Brother, thank you so much. All right, so Variable Label is gifting away a splash guard, which if you don't know what a splash guard is, it's Ramen Tacos as well. Don't ask why. Just open your mouth. That's it. Meow, 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 meow. As always, Variable Label, huge. Thank you very much for the giveaway. So everybody, all you have to do is type !enter into chat. Just enter, nothing else. !enter. What a Viking! Type !enter, and you could win yourself the embroidered splash guard. It's embroidered, so you don't have to worry about washing it and like some of the picture to fall off, whatever have you. A mud flap? We're going with mud flap? I gotta unfuck myself? Okay. I was wondering why this looked dark in here. I was like, man, it feels like dark. Oh. All right. Thank you. Put the credit card down. Also, Variable Label. That is incredibly generous of you, time and time again. That came straight from the bank account. The buttons are all connected. It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing when all the tubes are just automatically connected. Yeah, so guys, you don't get the beefy bearded gentleman, but you do get the embroidered splash guard.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Oh, hello. Hi. Moochie. What's going on? Hi. Thank you. Oh my God. Moochie, hi. There are 60 seconds left in the giveaway. Moochie, did you get into the giveaway? This giveaway right here, type !enter to get into it. You do not want to miss out. And as always, Variable Label, thank you. That's incredible. That's false advertising. I wanted a man. Hey, listen, if we're just putting things on wish lists, you know what I mean? I love Roku and RuneScape. Hi, type enter, please.
Hello.
But yeah, you don't get the stick. Oh, okay, it's Halloween. I guess I get it. I guess they're trying. Like, okay, we got to put some Halloween things up on the screen. Let's do a little chalkboard with the word Halloween on it. What else is Halloween? I don't know. Sticks. Cool. All right, let's get some sticks. What are those? Top-down shots of lemons and oranges? Cool. Sounds great. Labyrinth, congratulations, you're the big winner. In chat, there's a link right now. It says the word redeem. Click on that link, okay? And then when you click on that link, you're going to go to the fourth wall. You're going to have to type in you're going to have to authenticate with Twitch so they can prove it's you. Once you do that, fill out a form and they'll ship it to you, okay? So please. Also, whenever you get it and you cook something in it and you smear a bunch of shit all over that logo, send a picture in, please. We'd love to see the stuff get used Thank you. Thank you. Never win anything. Well, you won this. So now you can never say never. Okay. Appreciate you. Invariable label. Please, 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 please. Thank you. I was gonna say something else. I'm like, how do you go from please, please, please to thank you? I'm like, I don't know. Very kind of you. All right. So couple of things I've done. So I've instantiated a bounty system. I figured out an easier way to do it. Okay.
Hello.
Yo, Mr. Brain, what's up, man? How you been? Everybody, Mr. Brain just turned 1 year old on Twitch. You should go hit that follow button. You're alive? Okay. So is there something that happened where you were worried about not being alive? I want everybody to know that I'm just wearing the pumpkin jizz socks that I won on Dixie Chris's stream last week. Yeah, so if you get some pumpkin jizz on you, wipe that right on that splash guard. Christ, that's hot. I ordered, Chris, I don't think you saw it because, I don't know, the name went weird. Hold on. This might be the coolest hat I've ever seen. Hold on a second. Check this bad mamma jamma out. It just says, hello, my name is Gremlin. It is absolutely fucking fantastic. Blubs is absolutely fucking amazing at merch. I mean, she should just run a merch store. Like, Chris, if you ever decide to rent Blubs out for making merch, send her my way. I've got some ideas. This is absolutely stone cold banger. So, you know, me and hats, we get along really well. So this one's coming into the rotation. I just jizzed my pants. Boobies. I mean, I know you want a boobies hat real bad. Turns out just showing up in somebody's chat, just yelling the word boobies, always not the ideal situation. Here, it's different. Blubs is brilliant. Yes, 100%. But yeah, so this is hello, my name is Gremlin, and I can't wait for it. So, Doobies, Nevi has a spinoff already. Okay, so today we're going to do a little bit more exploration. I need hard drives. I need Mercer spheres. I need summer sloops. I need sluggos. I need all the things. Okay. And because we're going to be leaving the factory, I said, okay, I need to make sure you guys are on your biggest gremlin selves. So I've instantiated a bounty system. So we talked about it in the last stream. Every minute I'm in the game, it builds up a bounty. And then when somebody kills me, if somebody kills me, okay? If somebody kills me, I'll have to be the judge on which one did me in. I will apply that bounty to your account. So if nobody kills me, it just continues to build and build and build. I think there is a cap on it. I think the cap is maybe $100,000, somewhere around there. Might be a little bit higher than that. Yeah, so you can only mods, VIPs can use the bounty command. How do we kill you? Great question. So we're using Dixper. And Dixper is a system where you can interact with my keyboard. Basically, you can hold down a key. You can freeze me in space. There's all sorts of stuff that you could do to kind of fuck with me. Ichiko Hama, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for the streak. What are we, flaming leaf? Okay. Debbie, that's amazing. You do kind of need like a doobie. Oh god, Taco holding a joint would be fucking great with that like where the flame and the joint tip like almost touch. That would be great. See, it's just like 1,000 ideas, no time to execute anything, man. On it, okay. Use the pixel art guy. And we have the giveaway happening on December 13th. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know this. I've said it maybe a couple of times. I have to do a better job at saying it. This Saturday, November 8th, a week from today, I'm going to be in Salt Lake City hosting Extra Life Unlock Kickoff event. So they're flying me out, and I'm like, oh, what do you need me to do? They're like, I don't know, we'll find something for you to do. And then like a couple weeks later, like, hey, how about you host the show? And I'm like, sure. So it's me and a guy. His name is Hot Sauce. He's been in here a few times. We're remind Nev to work on Taco Double Doobie interactive emote. There you go. So super really, it's really cool. I'm a little nervous because it's kind of like a big stage. But it should be really cool. Oh yeah, and next Thursday when I fly out, we're landing. Skittish and Buster streaming, and they're doing a kickoff party. So they're streaming at Extra Life as well. So Skittish and Bus will be there on Saturday. I'm going to be there on Saturday. We have some other friends coming into town as well. Yeah, what up, Joe? So, very label, it's going to be streamed here on my channel. I'm going to bring my stream key. I'm going to give it to the company who's doing the broadcast. They're going to broadcast to a few channels on Twitch, also the Extra Life. But the Extra Life channel has no visibility. So they're like, hey, can we stream to your channel? I'm like, yes. So all the stream redeems, all the normal chaos won't be there because it's not my stream. It's somebody else streaming to my channel. You just need to come back here. You just need to come to this channel next Saturday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we should be live for, I think it's 2 hours, and there's all sorts of stuff going on. I might be also hosting a game show. I'm doing some interviews, all sorts of stuff. So anyways, just have to come back on November 8th. And if you want, let's see. I didn't know. So Hot Sauce is there on the left hand side. He's the co-host with me. They just whatever, Mr. Taco. That's fine. I just realized they just didn't use any of the brand. Didn't even name me correct. But then Jack Patelo is there. I don't know who these other guys are. I'm sure we'll get to know them. They're all pretty big creators inside the space. So it should be pretty fun. But that's Extra Life Unlocked, November 8th. 1 o'clock Eastern. And yeah, should be a good fucking time, man. Yeah, so on Thursday I'm doing a stream with Skittish and Bus. We're building the Lego the Black Pearl. Supposedly it's a ton of pieces. How to Be Quiet's going to be there as well. And so we're going to be streaming all day Thursday. I fly in, jump over there, jump on their stream. Friday is basically a rehearsal day. So we show up, we walk all the events, we walk through all the logistics just so we're all clear on what's going on. And then Saturday is the stream itself. And then I fly home on Sunday. So should be pretty cool. I get to spend some days with some friends and do some really cool stuff. I was trying to get the family out there. It was just too expensive for like a 2-day event. You know what I mean? Plus, also, it's like the only thing they really care about is the 2 hours that we're there on Saturday. But anyways, should be a good time. So just mark your little calendars, or send yourself a reminder. Like, I don't know, what do you guys do to remind you? I'm always just like, I'll just yell, hey Siri, remind me that I gotta tune in to Extra Life Unlocked on Taco's channel Saturday, November 8th. So that's what I had. Thank you for recording that. So anyways, should be a good time. That's what I'd be working on. All right. What else is going on? Yeah, we have the giveaway stream. I did finally hear back from Misty Mountain Gaming, so they should be sending us something as well. I do plan on getting another one of those black Mr. Taco gaming cases as well. So we should have a couple more. Items for the giveaway showing up. Yell into the void and hope it echoes back before the event happens. Wait, what do you mean? Tuesday is your birthday, Mrs. Rads. Well, happiest of birthdays to you. Mr. Rad taking you somewhere nice? Taking you to your favorite place? Where's your favorite place? Where do you want to go for your birthday? If we're in town, I show up, it's your birthday, like, hey, I'm in your town. We want to meet up. We want to go out. Where are we going? Blake Lake, I'm late once again, but apparently I'm at 150 now. What is 150? Oh my God, 150 streams. Holy shit. Nope, I have 4 doctor appointments for the kids that day. Oh my God. Well, it is birthday week, so why don't you just come celebrate on Saturday? Oh, how you keep track of your calendar? Oh, yell into the void and hope it comes back before the event. Okay, I mean, it is always. Not too sure. Does anybody know who Megan Plays is? We should go check them out.
Hello.
Yo, Memo! I want to rent us an RV and do hijinks. Like IRL? Remember, did I ever tell you? So I know I alluded to it a little bit. We rented an RV. So it was 9 years ago. Business Memo is great. You should all hit the follow button on Business Memo if you haven't already. IRL would be fun. So remember I sent you that link? Nacho, she looks at me and goes, hey, I don't know if you saw, but Foo Fighters is touring with Queens of the Stone Age. And I'm like, I did see. And I'm like, they don't have any events near us. I said, but there's one in Philadelphia. She goes, oh, that'd be cool. I'm like, yeah, it would be. Slowly letting the line out. I rented an RV for your family once. It was a blast. Crab Flats, that's what I did too. I rented an RV for a month, drove from Boston out to Yosemite, stayed there for a day or two, and then drove back. We hit like a bunch of things. We hit Mount Rushmore, Devil's Tower. We did the Badlands. We hit up 2 or 3 national parks just on the road. We did the corn maze in Iowa. We drove through Chicago. By the way, driving an RV in Chicago, not recommended. Not recommended. I would recommend park that shit outside the city because some of the shit that we were doing on an RV there yet, I felt like I had to do to get around Chicago. It was absolutely insane. Face the correct way. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You want to go downhill, and you got to keep the rubber side down all times. But I remember at once we were driving through. Might have been, 9 years ago. It doesn't feel like that long ago. But Google Maps 9 years ago is not the same Google Maps it is today. It was still a fully fledged product, but there were definitely areas of the country that were not well mapped. We were driving and we had to go over some mountain pass. I think it was the Rocky Mountain Pass, and we chose a path. We're driving. We had to stop somewhere. They're like, "Where are you going?" We're like, "Hey, we're gonna do this." They're like, "You actually don't want to go that path. At when you're going, the sun, it's gonna be hard for you to see over. It's not really great. You should probably stay on the highway. It's a little bit slower." But I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. What's it gonna be? Anyways, we get out there. The path is a dirt road. And I'm like, whatever, we're fine. It's dry. Like, it's very dry. It's middle of the summer. And I'm like, we're not going to get stuck. Like, you're going to join Echo server in a couple weeks? Ooh. Maybe. I played a little bit of Echo. I'm not sure. Maybe. I do want to get more Halo going because that was crazy. And I promise not to kill you next time. Maybe, though. I'm sure all the information's in Discord. I'll go check it out. No, Eco's like a multiplayer crafting sim survival game. It's like Minecraft, but like on crack. Halo soon, always. All right, word. Also, we got to figure out the whole cooking stream thing. The weekends are getting jam packed up into the holidays too. So I don't know what your deal is, but might be difficult. Had to rescue 2 guys on a Texas pass 2 weeks ago. They got stuck in 3 foot of snow. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like that, depending on the time of year, it can be challenging to go up there. But anyways, we're on this dirt road, right? And it's like I wasn't expecting dirt road. Like in everything that I was expecting, I was not expecting dirt road. And I'm like, Google, I don't know if you should be suggesting that people drive on a dirt road, but like the options are limited, I'm sure. But anyways, long story short is like we got it. It was the bumpiest road ever. And we made the mistake is that the back where our bedroom was, like we had a couple of the couches turned into beds. We had the bed in back. And at that time we only had the two kids. Nacho was super pregnant. And so we had the queen bed in the back was where Nacho and I were. Anyways, most of the time you're driving on the highway, you leave the windows down, there's screens and stuff like that. You just let, the just like a giant windsail. You don't give a shit, right? The dirt road kicked up all the dust and dirt. Or like, oh, finally, we finished the dirt road. We open up the door in the back. The bedroom is just filled with sand and dirt. It was not a fun time. Also, we had the blind diabetic dog with us. Not Max, but before Max, we had a dog. She was amazing. We had her for like 10 years. Anyways, she was yeah. It was a sandy night, dusty as fuck. We just stripped the bed, just slept in it, dry. Is that the word? Naked? Well, maybe. Anyways, so many stories raw. We slept raw. So the dog, she was blind and she was not in her element. So she would just get into stuff just because she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. She was just lost all the time. So anyways, she jumps up on there was like a little kitchenette type thing, and she turned the water faucet on. And if you guys don't know this, when you have an RV, you have to manage like how much potable water you have, how's your cistern, your tank. You have to dump the tank. Like I got really good at like emptying an RV shitter. Hey, what up, Hellwalker? How you doing? So anyways, the dog jumped up on the counter, and she didn't know she did. She opened up the faucet. All right, and she dumped all the water. Problem is I don't know why they did this, but I guess the system where you put the shitter was full. The shitter was full because when you use the sink, the toilet, the shower, whatever, it all goes into just one. They call it gray water tank. Yeah, the gray tank. The sink, though, all the water goes to the same tank. That backed up, right? Because it was just too much water because she just dumped all the fresh water into the other tank. But the thing is like, it has to go somewhere, right? So it started to come up the bottom of the shower drain. There was no like poop or like that. But basically the RV flooded. We opened up the door to the RV and water came out. And we're like, Jesus Christ. So there's a picture. I can go find it. There's a picture of Mount Rushmore. My RV parked on the side of the road. My dad and I bailing out the RV. We didn't have buckets or anything like that. So we just got plastic bags. We were putting the plastic bags into the shower and just scooping. Yeah, okay. So there's a separate tank. Yeah, there's a separate tank for the poo water. That's right. But so anyway, so we just had to scoop out all the water in the shower with like plastic bags and dump it on the side of the road. It was such a fucking mess. It's like while you're in those situations, they're the worst fucking thing in the world. But then afterwards, you have all these great stories of like, remember that time this happened? Just P goes to the black tank, yeah. But anyways, absolutely hilarious. I would love to do it. Love to figure it out. One RV probably wouldn't be enough for my crew and your crew. We'd have to go figure something out. Trauma plus time is comedy, 100% variable. And I try to think about that all the time. Whenever, like, in a moment of stress, you'd be like, in the future, you're going to look back here and you're going to laugh. You're going to laugh at this. You're going to laugh at that. But right now, it sucks shit. You know what I mean? Your hoodie arrived? Sorry, did you post a channel? That was one with all the cat hair on it, right? How's it fit? Hellwalker, thank you for being here, man. Oh, my gosh. Yo, McKinney C, what's up, man? How you doing? There you go. You jumped in. Oh, reminder. We're on YouTube now. The stream should be on YouTube. I've tried to remove everything that wasn't my voice in the video game from the YouTube stream. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, or if you want to listen to music or something like that, you can just watch on YouTube and you'll get none of the bullshit. None of the stickers, none of the emotes. They will still show up on the screen, but they won't bother you. None of the jump scares or anything like that. But if you can, go over to YouTube, hit subscribe, go hang out over there. See if we can't start to break into there. I don't think live works over there. You need to use their video platform. Anyways, that's what I'm sensing. Anyways, all right. So tonight, like I said, we're playing Satisfactory. I was trying to figure out, I'm like, should I play something else? What would I play? I was like, oh, Farthest Frontier would be good too. But we gotta get all these tiers knocked out so we can just start working on the power plant. We got enough power here, I think, to build everything we need now, all the way up until we need to go build our final factory, which I was talking to Yari, and Yari is playing modded Satisfactory, but he's using a mod called Arc Raiders. Is that an on or off stream game? I don't know yet. I don't think it's an on stream game. And here's why. It's fucking sweaty as shit. You can't pause it, right? You can't even read. I won't read chat. Like, I'll just be playing a video game just screaming into the microphone as, people are trying to kill you. But it is a fun game. I will put it out there. Hit me up when you're ready to sweat. Yeah. I probably off stream nights. Got my streak, you might head out. All right, man. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. All right. We gotta figure out what we're doing long term for a build. But what I was saying is, Yari is using a mod called Continuous Delivery or Continuous Space Needle or Jesus Christ, like you have to continuously feed the space elevator. I thought it was a pretty cool idea where it's like you can't just build, smart plate and then turn it off. You actually have to make it sustainable. I don't know if we're going to do that on this run. We could add that one into the mix. That would add some more challenge. But basically, if you don't deliver the required parts, you have to do like a penalty, which is like you have to like unlock it again by building X number or something like that. I don't know. Seemed like a pretty cool thing anyways. But that's what I was thinking, trying to figure out, like, okay, great. Once we get the base up, once we get into production of the hot sauce bottle, then what? Then what are we doing? So all right. What else you guys got going on? Anything? We do have the giveaway as well, so we should talk about that for a hot second. So on December 13th, we have the giveaway going on for the Steam Deck. I got signs turned back on because now we have the sign tech. We don't have resources for the big signs yet. That's crystal oscillators, so we can probably start to crank some of those out, but it's gonna be slow going. But we have the giveaway going on. You know how to get into it, but also we have those ornaments. Something we should talk about is next Saturday when I'm streaming to this channel, but from a remote location. A lot of the redeems for like bank tracking and stuff like that is not going to happen. Okay, so I'm probably going to disable stickers and all that sort of stuff just so nobody gets confused and tries to use them, because A, they won't show up, but then B, also I'd have a way to track that stuff. But if you guys did do any donations to Boston Children's Hospital while we're out there, if they don't get recorded when I come back, I'll make sure you get caught up in your bank accounts. Okay. All right. Let's see. I just tossed on the general playlist. What's this here? Okay. Yeah, the playlist we're on is just the hard rock, new metal playlist. Not too sure if anybody has an idea or wants to listen to something else. We can always flip it over. Let me see if all of this is working. Looks like it is. Okay. All right, and so like I said, from a giveaway standpoint, we do have a display. I think I'm going to do another display. I think we'll do another case of hot sauce day of. I think the case will be another one as well. And I do have my old 3090 GPU that I'm trying to figure out if that's even worth it. Sorry. Yes, I have that old 3090 GPU. It's the big white boy. So I don't know if that's something that I know a lot of people would say like, hey, any video card's better video card than what probably people have, but it's also like it's gonna be expensive to ship it too. So I don't know. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna flip us over,
Hello?
I guess. Ichigo Hama would take a 3090, would you? What are we doing here? All right, shut that off. Game capture. All right, here. All right, audio. Let me turn this up. All right. I think that's good. This is... I can turn that down a little bit. Can you hear game all right? Do you want more game? It's a little low. All right. Let's see. Where are we? So last stream we got plastic, rubber, and fuel going. Yo. I got you. There you go. All right. Believe it or not, this celebrity makes $47 million per year. Is it A, Carrot Top, B, Flo from Progressive, C, Dr. Phil, or D, Judge Judy? Guys, you have 30 seconds starting. Now.
Hello.
Yo, CG, what's
Hello?
up, man? Hi, Ben. Kaiser, hi. Jelly,
Hello?
hi. Get your shit. You get your shit together, pal. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? You think you're gonna shit in the hallway? All right. The correct answer is D, Judge Judy. Yeah, she has a yacht and she parks it in Newport Harbor. There he is. Mr. Max. Mr. Max, would you like a cookie? Does Mr. Max want cookies? Oh, he does. You gonna sit down? You gonna sit down? Which celebrity makes $47 million per year? Hi. How you doing?
Good.
All right, hold on a second. All right, Max. Let's see. Wait, did you award the wrong answer? No, D. D was the correct answer. Raymond got it right? What did Raymond guess? You know, he guessed D. Yeah, D's the right one. All right, Max, you got an option tonight. You have two options. Here, hold on a second. All right, let's see. Wait. You have to wait. You have to wait. All right, you have this one, wait, or this one, wait. 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 All right, which one do you think Max is going to take? You said A, but A was incorrect. Did you fart? Oh. Which one do you think he's going to take? Is he going to take this liver one? Or is he going to take the cookie? Which one? He's inspecting. Both? Well, he's only going to get one. Okay. Oh, all right. He went with the liver one. Hey, you can still have this one. Nice choice. Nice choice. You want to come say hi? You gonna come over here? You can come say hi. He got both, but he only took just chatting. You can sit here.
Hello.
Hello. How was your Halloween?
It was good.
All right, you have to speak close into the microphone.
I'm sorry. It was good.
It was good. You see this level here? Talk.
Right.
See how it goes into the yellow? That means you're talking into the microphone. If it's down here, they can't hear
Hello?
you.
Oh.
What did you dress up as?
An axolotl with a cowgirl hat.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Do you still have it? Does it turn on?
Yeah.
Do you want to put it on?
No.
No? Okay. Oh, fine. All right, Max says, I want to get in this. She dressed as an axolotl. She had like a inflatable axolotl.
Wait, can you put an axolotl on the screen?
Not easily. Well, I could search over here. Hold on a second. Right, back up. Back up. Back up.
Hello?
I'll pick a good photo.
Which one was it?
Go to Amazon. Not adult. Do the kid one. Not adult.
It was like this, wasn't it?
No.
It was like that.
Yeah.
It was similar. This is what she had. It looked like that.
Show them what a real axolotl is, though.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I mean yours was a little bit better.
Yes, it is. That doesn't really look like an
No,
axolotl.
but it's similar to it. And she had a pink cowgirl hat too, right?
Yeah. They know what a cowgirl hat is.
Nice.
They should. They
Right,
don't
he wants to get
understand.
out.
Oh.
She got a lot of candy.
Bye.
Bye.
I traded with Taco number one's friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We took some pictures. I just don't have them on my stream PC.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Hello?
And also-
Bye.
and also, most of them have my friends in it.
I can't hear you. What?
Most of them have my friends in it.
Yeah, that's true. There's other kids in it too. We're matching. You wore the same outfit. Did you really? Later. All right. You have lots of chili and you can inflate that. Yeah, she did. Hey, Davey, what's up, man? She said that yesterday. She was walking around and she farted, and she's like, "Ugh, I'm marinating in my own farts." It was funny. Chris Meister, hi, nice to see you. How you been? All right, all right. So, like I said, last stream, we got all the plastic running. We got the plastic and the rubber running. These should be 100%ing. The other thing we just need to check is fuel levels on top, that we're not dropping and under fueling. We check a pole. No, we're pinned straight. That looks good. I did rework this ramp over here to get up here a little bit nicer. Yeah, it's pretty loud. Let me turn that down. I put just a little buffer up here just to make sure, in case there's any issues, we have a little buffer. All right. So first things first, tonight we're going to go out and we're going to get some exploration done. Did you mean previous stream by last stream? No, just previous stream by last stream. No, we're, Chris Meister, we're going to be on this save for months. This is our starter factory. This is just going to get us up to like tier 7 or 8. And then we're going to break off and do, a big boy factory. This is just to push all of the the different tech tiers. Speaking of, all right, we have to unlock monorail technology, even though we can't use it. We need some more pipes, and we need some encased beam. Pipes are right here. Okay. We need encased beams and motors. I don't know if we have that many motors. We use a lot of motors making all of the fuel generators last stream. All right, these are also our belt material that we're using. Mrs. Rad, your factory is huge factory based on what I've figured out. Yeah, I mean, I learned this by watching others. So, Mrs. Rads, ask questions. I'm happy to sit down and explain anything, my approach, problems that you may encounter, or if you have your own picture, if you're having an issue, sometimes we have people post pictures of a save file, and we just go in and debug it. Okay. We're here to hang out and all learn collectively together. All right, motors are in here. Oh, we do have motors. All right, cool. It's 100, 250 motors. I'll grab an extra for, okay, we can put another 20 up there. I'll upload them. My Explorer icon is across the map, and the icon turned into yellow-green, and when I hover over it, it says driving. Am I the only player in the game, and are there no paths recorded? Is it just my personal driving? I'm very scared. You are the only person in the game, unless you've intentionally turned on multiplayer and taken off all the settings so that just if somebody has your IP address or the ID of the game, they can jump into it. I guarantee you that didn't happen unless you intentionally did it. The icon map has turned, and that could be just a bug. I mean, explorers can drive themselves, but you have to set up the paths. You know what I mean? All right. So also something we should talk about. Everything that's down here on this floor, okay? It will be, this is all temporary. Okay, we're gonna end up ripping all of this out. See this floor right here? All right, hold on a second. What is up here? This was gonna be this was gonna be the drone top. We may not do the drone top. I was just saying where we're standing is really gonna be a logistics layer. I think this is gonna be a factory floor. This height right here. I think this is just gonna be empty space or ramp up to the drone tower. I think we're gonna put in a drone tower up here. Up here is gonna be drones. We can put in. So this is gonna be a drone tower. This I think is gonna be a factory floor right here. So this going all the way back to the back of the building is going to be our next production floor. Most of this stuff, some of this will stay here actually. This probably won't change. A lot of this stuff, like this is, maybe it won't, maybe it will stay. I think the big piece that I got to figure out is the logistics though, because the problem is like if you look under here, like legitimately right here is the fucking ground, right? So I can't run belts from this section to another section. It's just kind of a pain. All right, let's go punch it. Exclamation mark song will tell you the name of the song.
Milestone reached. Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of parts.
You tried.
Train logistics can be made more precise and complex
you.
with tools found in the railway signaling milestone. I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
There you go. Choo choo, mother trucker. All right, railway signaling. All right, this is where we need 50 computers. So we have a temporary computer system over here. We have 72, that's good, but let's make sure this thing is still running, which it's not because we're out of circuit boards. This is circuit boards. There's a bunch in there. No, thank you for pointing that out that it wasn't working. No! Fucking wrong button. I know, right? So ridiculous. Why wouldn't you get your shit together? It's so easy. Just get all your shit, put it in a backpack. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a permit. Oh, you do. Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a permit. This
Hello?
is stators. They need the pipes. So let's go get a bunch of pipes. Let's refill stator up. I don't care, says Brett. Sell it at the shit store. Brad, what's up? If you guys don't know Brad, he's also a unbelievable extra lifer out of the Providence area. Wait, what am I getting? Brad, what's up, man? How you been? He's been addicted to the ball pits. Is it not going to do the thing? It should be do the thing. The thing should happen automatically. All right, here. Take all those. Chillin'. Nice. Happy Saturday. Brett, did you see, I think I told you when I popped into your stream the other day, about our Extra Life, ornaments. I don't know if you saw these. Brett, check that out. I can zoom in. Hold on a second. Here. Somebody in the community mass printed a bunch of these. Yeah, we're going to be streaming here on this channel too. So it's not even like we can tune in to whatever channel you want. They just need to be rubbed down a little bit. You just got to rub the logos a little bit. So this is the blue and white one. And then we also have a gold one as well. They both came out fantastic though. We got to get together over the holidays. They're awesome. Yeah, no, they came out really good. All right, let's get the computers. Whoa. All right, I'm going to fall in that hole. It's time for some safety. Time for some safety fences. All right, let's put up some basic walls. Immigration holding cell now. It's safe. We're just making it safe, Davey. You know how it is. Once you fall down a pit, one time. I don't like that. I don't like that. Should I put up? I don't have the other beam type though. Not happen over here anyways. It needs to be OSHA compliant, even though there won't be stopping anybody. If I paint it black, it won't be as noticeable. Oops. Oopsie. All right. All right, let's see if we're back and we can punch the next text here. Be rolling a stone if you paint it black? I mean, you could. I'm surprised that song doesn't get more covers. Oh, I never got the, oh, we gotta wait for the pod to return. So we got 4 minutes. What do you need to keep moving? All right, you're good. You're good. Skywalker 420, what's up, man? All right, let's go steal the computers. You have a good cover? Cloud cover? Alright, you aren't needed. Alright, yeah, that's the other thing is we gotta get out and gotta do some exploration tonight. I think I gotta make something to protect myself because when we go out there to the nasty wilds, and we encounter all sorts of beasts. I have no way to protect myself because I don't get any weapons. I have an idea. I don't know how this is gonna work. I might need to go buy some parts. 1 second. I forgot there's another floor now. Explore her? I barely know her. Alright. Take as much as you can. Oh, we have overflows now, don't we? I think I have a smart splitter. Smart splitter. Alright. Fuck you. Alright, you go to the... Not the bigger bin. We don't need that much. Alright. Big bin for my parts. Okay. Take you. Let's move you to the corner. Like that. Here, let's put a smart splitter. Alright. Smart splitter. No, no, no. It's got to go in the back. It's got to go in the back. Sorry. It can be closer than that. Not that close. All right, there we go. Wait, where did all my iron rod go? Oh, crap. Where's my shame crate? Fuck. Starting to get ridiculous. No, just... Oh, there's the Mercer Sphere. I was wondering where that thing went. Oh, there are my tickets. All right. Oh, Trollstar. What's up, man? How you been? All right, now we can put in a merger. Okay, right is overflow. All right, so if this bin is ever too filled with, what are those things called? Sam reanimated? If the bin is ever full of reanimated Sam, then the reanimated Sam goes to the trash can. Cool. Oh my god, bread. So I've got my kids are so varied. One of them's like a theater kid. She's into like hokey stuff. She's just goofball-y. So Nacho the other day was just like, she wanted to get a song for her to listen to. She wanted her to laugh. She was like, oh, she pulled up a Richard Cheese song, played it for her. Now it's just been Richard Cheese 24/7. I can only tolerate a certain amount of Richard Cheese, and if somebody doesn't know who Richard Cheese is, I will connect the dots. Why is Spotify showing up? Oh, it's over here. That's what it is.
Hello.
What's a good Richard Cheese song? Rorzy, what's up? How you doing? Rorzy, answer me this question. Enter Sandman, Gangster's Paradise, or Fight for Your Right to Party. Pick one of those. The Korn song? Which one is it? Warzy, how you been? Which Korn song is it? It's not like in the top 50. Freak and a Leash? All right, here. Mrs. Rats, we'll play the Gangsta's Paradise too as well. All right, Fight for Your Right. All right, all right. All right, Fight for Your Right as well. All right, here. This is Richard Cheese, okay? You ready? Yeah, Brad.
Hello.
Did someone say Dick
Hello?
Cheese? Hey, Mickey, Maddie. Lounge jazz, yeah. Eat this, yeah. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Lounge lizard, an ancient term. This is fight for your right. You axe your mom, please. Why, Taco? Just as a gag. I agree. I can't listen to a ton of it. But it had to be Richard Cheese. Bakey, what's up, man? How you been? Warzy, did you ever get your deconstructed
reach.
simulator
Train
done?
signals placed on train rails can control and
I can't
improve
use them.
train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Take another step back into the factory today. Finished Mars first logistics. Nice. There was a lot of noise. You were playing Deconstructed Simulator, right? That was that game where you were like you were breaking down the buildings and had to like resell all the stuff. Surprise caps. There was a lot of noise. No, I think it was perfect.
Hello.
Morzy, I'm right here. You don't have to yell, okay? You're playing right now? All right, this is meant to go all the way up, so when we do have stuff we need to send up to the drones, we can. Brodium says, crazy. Brodium, what's up, pal? What am I here for? Looking for this thing. Central storage where everything is available. Interests me enough to want to build it, but not enough interesting to see to do it. Dimensional depots are good enough to do the same task. So central storage is good for your factory and for you, but I would agree those concepts were more important when you didn't have a dimensional depot. But the dimensional depot is going to take you a long time to get everything on it. So I think it's good to have a central storage area early to be able to... I need the walls, corners, tilted walls maybe? I don't know how I'm going to do this. I could do it as a square, but that's going to be dumb. I can tell you what I'm trying to do in a second. I gotta think that through in my heads. Corners and walls are difficult in this game. I mean, I could do it like a yurt. All right, get the tilted walls. I feel like this is a waste of very precious tickets, but we need something. What do I do? Early? Nothing. Later game? Centralized bus. Which factory should I show you? I can show you a factory. I'll show you a factory concept. What are we working on? Working on
Hello.
well, you're right. The central repository for storage is less important. Yo, what up, Pixel? Also, the dimensional depots are slow. Let's go back to main. No, back to main. Pixel, how you been? How's shit? I'll just show you a factory real quick. The factory I want to show you was, I think it was the T10 save. Was that the T10 save? This is pre 1.0. Actually, it's the T100. think it's this one. You Mega Bonking? Mega Bonking's fun. Anybody get into Arc Raiders? I've been playing Arc Raiders offline with some friends. It's good. All right. So, fuck. I don't have a good way to get around. All right, this is a starter factory, okay? So, this is a Western Desert start. Yeah, I'm a little on the fence about it too. What do I have in here? I have jetpack. All right. The room I want to show you is this room up in here. How do I get in it? All right. So first, this Tarkov 1.0. Oh, wait, Tarkov's not 1.0 yet. Wild. I don't think in this save dimensional depots. This is pre 1.0. So I don't think dimensional depots are a thing. Again, kind of like underscoring. All right. So what this is the train systems that are down here. These are just drops. You could drop anything in this factory. You could drop rubber, steel, plastic. Doesn't matter what you drop. You just drop it here. I'm burning biomass. Jesus. All right. And that just gets sent up into this room. This is like a big central sorter. So whatever comes in from the trains just instantly gets put into these storage bins. The mods that we have turned on are going to brick this save too. Okay. Then what happens is all those resources are basically dropped down here into this big track. This track is our central storage. So in here should be all the items like why are they empty? So these are all the items. So this is a central storage, right? Again, pre-dimensional depot, this is like a more important complex, right? Say complex concept. Okay. The reason why this is important is because the back of your central storage, right, should also hook to your factory. So back here, all of these, all these floor holes here, this is like, this is the where we were storing the oscillators. This is then hooked up to the bus. So this is the bus. This is just like racks and racks and racks of all the items. You can see here, they're all kind of populated. Oh my God. I forget how bad biomass was, guys. But then these, oh gosh. Can we reload? Come on, come on. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my God, Nevi.
Hello.
So I think this is a more important concept. Nevi. Oh my God. I did know. I did know. I know now. Yes. Nevi, thank you very much for defrosting Miss Mariah Carey. But the more important thing is to have a way for you to send resources around your factory. It doesn't need to be this complex. It could just be like, hey, I'm just gonna run a main belt through a main throughway here. I'm gonna put all my stuff on that. You just need some way to like consistently move stuff around the factory. So I think this is probably a more important concept for a factory than a storage area sorter. Anyways, thank you for the TED Talk. Stairs, please. Yeah, the DDs are expensive to upgrade, man. Sweater is really comfortable. I love it, Hellwalker. Yeah, that's a good point, Mega 7. One DD is not enough. The upload speed is so slow. Like when you drop a blueprint down and it uses 80 concrete, like it's going to be 10 seconds before you can drop that blueprint again. So you still do need to go grab items. I would say that central storage is not dead. But here, see this? That's cool. We do have that giveaway going on December 13th. This is an area that I'm just going to use to run belts up and down. I don't know how many belts I'm going to need. I don't know where I'm going to stick them, but I just know I'm planning for it. So we said that we're going to have all of our drones up here. Well, the drones are going to need to be fed items. So those items are going to be fed up here. That's why I was thinking I'm going to clear this entire level off. This is all going to be logistics for running belts around the factory. A lot of these items are going to move elsewhere in the factory because this is all temporary. This is iron production, but I can just move this, right? So this is why this is important, because I'm going to shell this area out. I don't know if I'm going to shell the upstairs out. Well, if I use this for logistics, then we can put buildings up there. I think the problem is my logistics are over here. It just gets a little tight. I guess it's fine. Maybe I don't clear it off.
Hello.
The idea I had is that I'm clearing off all of these machines over here. What up, Dirty? How you been? Sorry for reposting. Yep. Crestmeister, yeah, that's it. It's just a bunch of smart splitters, and everyone says, if you're this item, take it off. And then if that bin's filled, the overflow should continue on. So the line that you use to filter we call that a sushi belt, right? That sushi belt should go right to a trash can. So if you put a computer on the sushi belt and your computer storage is full, then you should throw that computer away. Use it for tickets. Yeah, there's a lot of spheres in the game, but you have to go out and get them. And that's what we're going to be doing now. Dirty! What's up, man? I do like the way some of the shadows look when you... Alright, let's get up here. So, here's my thinking, guys. You guys said I can't have weapons or you're going to delete them. So, I can't kill enemies. I want to because I really, really want their corpses. However, if I can't kill them, I'm going to have to cap them. Oh, what is this? This is... That's centered. That's centered. All right. So I was thinking about dropping a big geodesic dome on creatures using a blueprint. I don't know if it's going to work. Let's do a quick test, though. With the silky, dulcet tones, your manly voice. I mean, I would, but they seem not to respond positively. All right, this is gonna be R1 of I don't what is a kind way of saying prison. What do they say? Reforming.
Hello.
Yo, Dave, what's up, man? How you been? All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a door on it. Do we not have doors? We do have doors. Okay, and then in here, what I want to do... See, this is already bricking my idea. Hold on a second. But do I really need a door? For R1, we don't. R1, we just want to see... Can we just... drop this on a mob? Okay. And will they stay inside and stop killing me? I kind of want to see inside. Now we know they're gonna spawn, they're gonna despawn, and then they're gonna respawn. That's fine. Extended loitering facility. Yeah, that's it. I can put some cat toys in here or something. All right, this is R1. So what do we call this? We're calling this R1 playpen. Okay. Let's create a new category called... No, okay. Oh, I just want to rename it. Tests. Right in here. Right here. All right. Okay. Got to add a subcategory. Add the blueprint here. Okay, playpen going to the tests. All right, save the blueprint. Shithole. All right, let's see if this works. Let's go find somebody we can go drop that on. Do I have enough items? Okay. Did you see this? Looks like I have an extra up here. Oh my god. I really like shithole. I mean, you can like shithole. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a little big. It might be hard to get on people. Is that a summer slope right there? It is. Huh. Oh, hi. We needed a test subject. All right. Let's see. Blueprints, playpen. All right. The hardest thing... I'm gonna call that success. Extended vacation spot. Dealing with 2 web services outage again. AWS apparently having issues. Cannot load Epic Launcher. Oh my god. The trap him and took his nuts. It was pretty savage. Now, I did notice one challenge about it, right? Is when you're dropping it, right? Depending on where you're pointing, like here, all the area that it has. Oh, here's a boy right here. You can stay next to your buddy. So we do have to be careful when dropping it. I wonder if I should make it one more taller. And the neuter box. I was thinking I should make it one more taller because one of the things I might want to do is when I'm placing it, I might have to like alt and then drop it down. Right, and then like if the box gets small enough, right? Like there probably is a situation where I drop it too far. See, he jumped on top of it. Oh, Dixper is not online. Let me get it online. Not really a tomb if they can get out. Yeah. But the problem is, Rumi, as soon as we walk away, they despawn, right? Dixper with a game. All right, give it a minute, see if it turns online. All right, so look, we have a boy in here. He's happy. Let's run back to the base. If we go far enough away, they're gonna despawn. All right, that's probably good enough. Ha. Now, we won't need to do this for everybody. This is just for, like, the big meanies. All right. I know you want to build stuff. I understand. Thank you, Jerry. BC, he's not in here anymore? Because they despawned already. So naming them, not going to do much for us. All right, Jerry, I'll refund that. Thank you for testing. Wait, how did you use a Dixper before we got the Dixper sound? All right, I am going to make a couple of zappers just so we have some stuff. I'm going to grab them nuts. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a couple more modifications to that just in case we run across a real big baddie that I can't deal with. Or even like bees. Just bees are just annoying. I have no way to defend myself against bees. We are going to make a couple of Xeno Zappers because I do need some meats. I do want some. We don't have an equipment workshop. I can't make a Xeno Zapper because of wire. You can crouch or run. Yeah, but if they're right by the thing I'm trying to get, you're basically stuck. Believe me, we've done this enough to know there's some faults with the gameplay. Why are you open? I can't eat nuts because they delete my nuts when I eat them. We should also think about items that we need to bring with us to unlock and open up hard drives. We're gonna have to redeploy this guy so he doesn't hit the ceiling. All right, let me make, I can make one. Why can I only make one? Pipe? Has room sometimes. All right, let me just get like 3 Xeno Zappers, I guess. They don't stack. It's a pain. All right, that should be fine. All right, then we just need to think about other items we need to bring. Probably fuse modular frames. What are you making? Rotors? We have 93. We're fine. That should be fine. I don't want all my circuit boards to die. Might be the reason why I failed Note November and day one. You can do it a lot simpler. You don't have to go that crazy, right, man? Like, just go behind a line of you know, storage boxes, right? Just line them up and just go splitter, 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 and then send all your resources down it, and then, you know, all your stuff is just in just one big area. Now, if you want, you could actually double up, right? You could double up. You do smart splitters, which are a little expensive to make, right? But you go 1, 2, 3, right? And you could do 1 resource left, 1 resource right. Right? And then you can basically, from here, you could just go tap into that machine, that belt.
Hello.
Mac the Fish. This comes out November 4th on consoles. I love these kinds of games. Mac the Fish, welcome in. You know, we've been wondering, because we've been playing this game for years on PC, where we've been wondering, is there going to be anybody that's interested in playing this on a console? I'm super excited for it, too, because I know not everybody has, you know, a computer that wants to play video games on, right? I'm interested to figure out how... Thank you very much for that follow. I'm interested to figure out how the controller is going to work out. And the reason why is because we are giving away a Steam Deck on December 8th here. So Mac the Fish, if you want, even if you're not here all the time, if you want to, you can jump into my giveaway. All you have to do is type, you see how you got $1,000 in your bank account? Turns out a giveaway ticket's $1,000. So you can type enter space Steam Decks space Max. Enter Steam Deck Max. If you're in the US or Canada, I can ship you a Steam Deck on December 13th. If you win, you don't need to be here to win either. So if you get a giveaway ticket tonight and you never come back and you win, I'm just going to reach out on Twitch and try to find you and give this thing to you. Dave T, just like that, but with an exclamation mark. What up, Duca? How you doing? All right, guys. Before we go out and find some Mercispheres, I'm going to go take a quick little break, just like Warzy did. See what Warzy did? See what Warzy did? Do that. Do what Warzy did. Enter Steam Decks Max. There you go. All right, guys, give me 3 minutes. I'm going to throw you to the BRB scene. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to refill my drink. You should do the same. Happy fucking Saturday. Yo, what up, DC? How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, give me like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys? Okay, we back. Guys, thank you for letting me grab that break real quick. Hope you grabbed a snack. I did find you something else. Clip audio seem low. Yeah, the clip audio is a little low. I gotta probably let me add that to the to list. But first, before we do anything, Max wants to say hi. This is Max. If you haven't met Max before, this is Max. He's a lab doodle mix. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy. You gotta get a little closer, Max. Over here. Come here. Come here. Get closer. You gotta the camera, Gutty. We've done this camera training with you. You gotta look at the camera. Listen, you gotta look at the camera. I know. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He wants a cookie though. Does he want a cookie? Does Max want a cookie? Okay, you're gonna wait though. You have to wait. You have to wait. Okay, go ahead. There he is. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, Crestmeister, if you have any more questions, let me know. It can be easy. It doesn't have to be super crazy, though. You know what I mean? All right. All right. We're gonna go make some changes to the bad boy detention facility. All right, here we're gonna use. So I did refresh the AI bot. Let's see if it works now. Sign bad boy storage. A sign for a building that stores bad animals. The sign be covered in poop. Let's see if this works. My AI bot is making me a sign for this building. Hopefully it... Oh, come on. Come on. Show pictures of dogs who are filthy. Try again. Come on, you can do better than that. You can do better. Okay, that works. That works for me. All right, we're gonna go up one more level. No. No. I appreciate you, DC. How you been, man? What were you doing on stream today? I don't know if I saw. DC, on Thursday, I fly out to Salt Lake City for a stream with Extra Life, trying to stay awake. Do we want to make... no, I was gonna say, like, should we make this cool? And I'm like, nah. It just needs to be functional. Alright, bad boy storage. Special 8x4 image display. Where are you, image display? Why can't I stick you up there? You don't like going on walls? This is a mod, by the way. You can't do this in regular Satisfactory. We do this just for funsies. I need to go to the folder. Where is this? Which... Oh, I might have to move it over. No, I can access it from that computer, can't I? Sorry, just give me a second. I'm just trying to change the view here to be the details. Sort it by the date created. This should be the right one. Of course, it's going to open up Photoshop. Oh, no, I knew you weren't talking about me, TC. All right, that is the right photo. Oh, you're not talking to me because I'm going to see... Well, so Skittish and Bus are doing... So both Skittish and Bus are working with Extra Life. We have an Extra Life event happening on November 7th? No, November 8th. Hold on a second. Here. This thing. So I'm hosting the Extra Life Unlocked event with Hot Sauce and Jack Patillo and a few other creators. So we're flying out to Salt Lake City. Skittish and Bus is live streaming from the event as well. So on Thursday night, I'm streaming with Skittish and Bus on their channel. And then this event on November 8th, Saturday, next Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern, it's going to be streamed here to this channel and the Extra Life channel. So if you guys don't know, I'm a charity streamer, so I stream for Extra Life. We try to help sick kids in hospitals. All bits, all subs, all donations go to a sick kid. But so anyways, this is next Saturday. This is a big event. I'm actually nervous about it. I haven't done anything at this scale. So what I'm asking for is if you can support by just showing up and just typing into chat, just making sure I know you're there. That will always calm me down. So if you can, I know everybody's busy all the time. So, but just that. It's very cool. You'll be there no matter what. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to play video games. It's just going to be us talking about Extra Life, the program. I think I'm hosting a couple of game shows. I'm doing a couple of interviews. Just talking about the charity, trying to get others interested in being a part of the charity as well. So it should be fun. It should be silly. It should be fun. But we won't be playing Satisfactory. But all right, I got to copy this. Oh my God, I'm still struggling to get through Windows 11. Signs, paste. Okay, now here in game, go over here. Factory game. Games, Satisfactory, signs, this one. All right, this is bad boy storage where bad boys and animal hide their badness, guys. Also let us know if you need anything mod wise. I mean, yeah, I'm sure well, chat will be live. I won't be at the computer. I'm sure they'll have some mods there that I'll have to mod. But Jerry, if you're around, or if any of the other mods are around, it won't be running all of my normal stream software. So we're not going to be running my OBS. We're not running my bot. So all the stream commands and all that, it's just going to be a live video feed, text chat. Yeah, I guess like bits and subs and stuff like that. There won't be any alerts at all, which would be kind of lame. I don't think I could do anything about that. I wonder if I can probably just set up like basic Twitch. Well, they'll have something, right? I don't know. I'll have to work through that. It's a good idea, though. Yeah, I mean, like if you post like a pinned message or something like that, that'd be useful. I mean, I should have a computer. I'll be at the event. I'm going to be on camera most of the day. So I won't have access to do stuff. So if somebody's acting silly and they need to be, corrected, then yeah, if you guys are here, that's fucking fantastic. But also, as usual, I'm not expecting you guys to be. All right, bad boy storage. Let's hit save on this thing. All right, the idea is we got to go get at least 3 hard drives and 6 summer sloops? That'd be great. R1 playpen. Oversave. Confirm. Alright, cancel. We saved the blueprint. Now, when we place it, it should get the updated image. There we go. All right. All right. Let me just go walk around, make sure I have all the 1s and 2s I need in case we come across a hard drive that we want. All right. We want the turbo motors, the cooling systems. I mean, I don't think rebar is going to be a thing. What do I need for the bad boy storage? Okay. I'm your favorite streamer 2025. Hey, man, I appreciate that. We try to have fun. We try to help sick kids at the same time. We don't take ourselves too seriously. You know, honestly, life's pretty fucking short, man. Just try to do some good things and have some fun while you're here, man. Tomorrow is never guaranteed, you know? So I appreciate you saying that. Oh, that was Viking trying to stop you from being here, Viking, brother. We have to talk about you and getting you on Extra Life, man. We need to do an Extra Life event with you. You gotta find your local kids hospital, and we gotta hook you up. We had your raid over here where you brought all those guys over here. Like, that was a huge boost. We gotta return the favor. I don't know how we do it, but we gotta do it. All right. Viking, when did you hit partner, by the way? Is that new? Wait, how long have you been partner for? You must have got that when you were doing all the... how new is that? I can't believe I didn't see it till now. Congratulations, first and foremost. Deserved. 100% deserved. All right, what else do I need to get for us to be able to... cheers, thank you. I forgot I changed what I was drinking. All right, everybody, get into that fungin. All right, we have AI limiters, we have circuit boards, computers. Computers are always an unlock.
Hello.
Tinkeroony! What is the best way to start a building? Use foundations or skinny? Is it worth struggling early until you get better structures? Sure. So, as soon as you can in the world, find an area that you like. Doesn't matter. The term like can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. Maybe I liked the view here. I thought the view here for this factory was nice. You're basically overlooking the edge. What up, C-Pine? How you been? Don't worry about that. Just don't worry about that. I loved... Oh, we gotta look at this, huh? I take a catering wire. Screws might be on unlock. We have motors. We have both steel and iron. Sorry, I'm gonna answer your question. All right, find an area you like. I love this view. Okay, it sucks right now, but like early day, early morning, it's absolutely gorgeous out here, right? I'm playing on DX11. That's why it's fucking little shitty over here. Find an area you love, grab a foundation, hold down the left control. Okay, you see how it's like it's locked to a grid? This is your global grid. Okay, just lock to the global grid with your first foundation. Okay, just like that. And then start from there. Just put down your foundations. The thing I'm going to tell you, though, is whenever you start a factory, the first thing I do when I'm starting... Jack Black impression in Star Wars? Okay. Give me a second. Dinkaroonie, this is probably the most important thing, right? Say you started a factory right here. Okay? What I would do is I would grab my foundation, hold my control, stick it down. Okay, and then what I would do is I would go to vertical mode and I would go up until I'm at like the highest point in the area, right? Like, so what I'm looking at is, see this rock here? See this ledge right here, right? I'm looking at those things and I'm saying to myself, okay, if my factory were to get extra large, right? And I wanted to zoop on top of that, would I be able to, right? Because you don't want to hem yourself in.
Hello.
So that is what I would say. Now you're not going to just like, you could just put a sky pancake up, right? You don't need that, right? Just get a square down and just go from there. Grab it and stick it down is everything that should be doing. All right, fair. I should do lunges, but that's a weird step forward. Rip spell. Oh God, I see you. Right, so just try to... Oh! Fucking hell. Oh. Alright. Thank you, Omega7. So the other thing you want to do, Dinkaroonie, is you're going to want to make sure that you're by a couple of early game resources. So think about this. You're going to need a lot of iron. You're going to need a little bit of copper. Okay, so I would make sure you have iron and copper nearby, and the other one is limestone. Make sure you're close to those three things, and then just stick a factory down, right? And just start building on a flat foundation, because early game you don't have everything you need for going up high. You don't have like these vertical holders. You don't have things like pillars, right? Like it's difficult early, but you'll get there. You'll get there. And then also here's another thing, and this is, again, play this game any way you want, but early game, don't worry about logistics. Don't worry about connecting this production line to that production line. Don't worry about it. What I would do early is I would put down a bin, okay, for something, and then what I would do is I would put in a couple of splitters, right? So just grab a splitter, right, merger, whatever. Just put a couple of those up and then connect a couple machines to it, right? And then when you're done, put it in another bin. Because at the end of the day, early game, you're going to rebuild your factory so many times, you're going to disconnect and reconnect. I'm still, right here, this is my stator production. For this factory right here, I'm making stators, okay? One machine making stators. I have 2 bins feeding it, and the resources that it makes are being put in this bin up here on the top. Head in your direction. Figured if he killed you and had to take over your family, be in the neighborhood. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good shout. Dinkaroonie, let me know if... Oh my God. Holy shit. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry about doing everything, getting all the logistics running. And like over here, same. Now, originally what I did is I had this machine here making rotors. I had 2 bins here and I was feeding it. And then over time, I'm like, okay, great. I'm just going to pull that line from over there over here. And now it's automated. Do you wear brown pants to streams? Not tonight, but they might be by the time we're done here. All right, we're good. I think I got everything I need to leave the factory. I don't want to lose 50 computers, though. Maybe half it. I have troubles with assemblers and how to set them up. Okay. So you're saying with the 2 belt system, right? All right, here's a taco trick. Ready?
Hello.
I'm gonna grab a splitter. Where are my splitters? Here. Okay. So I've got a line that I'm feeding from the direction I'm standing at. Yo, Swimmers! What's up? By the way, Swimmers, with all due respect, Swibby, all due respect. Everybody here, if you're not following Swibby, go hit the button. All due respect, Swibby. Go fuck yourself. You know why. You know why. So the reason why you have troubles with these machines is because they need 2 different resources, right? All due respect, Swibby. All due respect. Respectfully. Go fuck yourself. Hold on a second. This should be a thing. Maybe, just maybe. Is it this song? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Hold on, I'll find it. What is that song? It's not that one. What is the Respectfully Fuck You song? Oh, crap. I need this on a short list. No, it's not that one. It's on one of my playlists, isn't it? Never mind. Never mind. Screwed it up. No, there's a song. I think it's in my rap hip hop list. It's not 90s. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I got it. It's just the word respectfully. Here you go. Swibby, are you here? Are you still here? Did you leave? Also kidding. I love you. But also, here. No, not that one. This one right here. This is what I wanted. Hey, Bat Guy. What's up, man? This one for you. I don't know if you ever heard this song, but it's fantastic. All right, Mrs. Rads. Mrs. Rads, here's your answer, right? Put a second splitter on top. All right, so Mrs. Rads, right? Now you're like, I don't know what to do. You just snap another. Let me back these up one. That's too far. There.
Hello.
Royster, what's up, man? All right, so I don't know if you know this, Mrs. Rads, but they stack on top of each other very well, right? Make sure I'm saying this right. All I do is respect. That's true. That's true. All right. So, anyways, when you're dealing with the assemblers, right? If you just grab a splitter, stick it to the edge, it will snap in like this. And so that way you can run your lines easy sauce. Like that. This is reds. See that? Very easy. And then that way you can just run a line. You can keep running. If you need 2 or 3 assemblers like this. All right, same deal. Just plunk these bad boys down. Okay, so super easy way to kind of do logistics for assemblers. These guys will automatically, sorry, we don't need to listen to it again. These guys will automatically snap and like auto fit. If you have 2 holes, see how there's a hole here and a hole here. When you try to stick a, because normally the lifts are that big, but if you spin it around, the head drops off it, but when you click it in, it fills it in. So Mrs. Rads, I don't know if that answers your question about assemblers, but you could do this trick here, which for me is how I like to do it. Actually, I like to do all my logistics under, but that's a whole different story. Let me know if that helps at all, or if I didn't answer your question, let me know. Okay. I assumed I knew what you were asking. All right. What else might we need? What else might we need? I don't think anything. I say we just go. Am I going to clear it? No. Wait, we don't have copper sheets? That helps? All right, good. That is cool. We have a giveaway going on December 13th. All right, I'm just gonna launch us up that general direction. This way hits us over here towards desert. So we'll fly this general way. I've got a parachute so I can fall to the ground safely. I'm gonna leave my tickets here though, just in case, because I know I don't need tickets for anything. Here, you tickets, you staying here. Might as well not want to lose those. The rest of the things, we should have everything we need. We don't have a lot of quartz crystal. Let's get a little bit more quartz crystal. That is a popular unlock for, is it though? Is it a popular unlock? I'm just thinking about things that you need to open up crash sites. Oh, biomass. Let's grab some biomass, because we'll need to make some of those. Grab one of those. Pale berries, no. You quartz, your silica. We have silica. We have a couple bags of silica. We have that. I like how he calls her Mrs. Rads rather than Mrs. Rad. Oh. Wifey Rads. Is it Rad? Yeah, I guess it's Rad. I always thought it was Rads, plural. Oh my god. All right. All right, so yeah, no, I just wasn't expecting you. I wasn't expecting you at that moment. Okay, so guys, this is kiddo number 2. She wants to show you her no, off. She wants to show you her Halloween outfit. She went as a reverse mermaid. Okay, so usually mermaids are human top, fish bottoms. She went as a reverse mermaid, fish top, human bottom. Okay, here. You have to come over a little bit more.
Super sparkly.
You are super sparkly. So she put all the scales. So Nacho and what is this song?
Hello.
I don't know. I can't hear it.
No, I'm they look at the eyes. The eyes came out so good. Oh my god. No, not this one.
There.
Good times. What you need is that mesh though, so that you can't see your face. You know how they have that mesh they
I
put
wouldn't
in?
be able to see at all, and I would have scraped myself
Well,
first.
well, the thing is when you have that mesh, you can see, but nobody can see in. That's the way the mesh works.
Yeah.
But either way, it came out fantastic. They did a great job. Great job. How big was your bag of candy? You didn't go out that long, did you?
No, we were out for a while. I had 86 pieces of candy.
86.
I made a whole spreadsheet. Hold on,
Yeah.
Can I show them?
Yeah, you can show your spreadsheet off. Yeah, the dancing kiddo in the back. Yeah, she's just, and there's no music back there. She's just dancing. She's just dancing. No, hell right, Walker, you're good, man. All right, cameras up there. There's your spreadsheet. Have you made any charts and graphs yet?
No,
We're gonna have to. We'll get you some charts and graphs.
Information. Yes, I
What was
did.
your most popular candy?
It's Reese's.
Reese's?
I had 17 Reese's after trading.
17 after trading. Oh, did you trade up for it?
I traded.
Are
Yeah.
you? Why do you just look insane all the time? Why do you just go?
There, I did find a screw in my Halloween candy bag.
A screw?
Yeah. And I got a Pokemon card.
You got a Pokemon card. Which one?
I don't know, I can't read it.
No.
But it's like orange, and they made sure I got a shiny one, so I got a shiny one.
Okay. The level of insanity right now.
It's very cool.
Your daughter was out for all the Reese's. Yeah, Reese's are the top.
Last
so
year, I had
shiny.
like 42 Kit Kats.
All right, hold on a second. You ready to do a tier list?
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
before we go.
help?
Yeah, well, actually, no. You did the last one. Remember? All right, you can take off the. You can take off the.
And look it on your Can I do another one too?
All right.
The same one as
Now,
the
if you
other-
don't know a candy, you don't have to do it. Okay?
Okay. Is this like typical
Yeah.
S on top?
Off. All right, you sit here.
Okay.
I
Okay.
see a few you haven't had, or I think you haven't had.
I've had most of these actually.
Okay. Now
Not
you
too
won't
much.
be able to hear anybody. That's fine.
That's
You're
okay.
just reading chat,
Yes.
and then you're just gonna sort these candies based upon what you think the best ones
Alright.
are. Okay. So you get here.
Can I stay here?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Sit down.
Ooh, I feel so fancy.
Right here. Get down. All right, I'm gonna zoom in on you a bit. I'm gonna have to pull the camera down.
I don't know where to look. Right here.
You just read the screen and just. You're good. All right.
Okay.
So sort your candies out.
Warheads. Where's my mouse? What?
You're using this mouse. This mouse.
Whoa. Why do you have so many mice?
Well, because there's two computers there.
Why do you? Okay. So the last time I had Warheads, I was watching Pet Graveyard. So I don't have fond memories of that. That was in 2020. So I'm gonna put that at C because they were sour and there's.
They burned my tongue.
They taste good. I haven't had bubble tape since like also 2020
Oh.
because I haven't had gum.
Sorry, you're missing this.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah. Where's
I've-
the headband?
I've had braces for a long time, so I haven't been able to have gum. So I feel like, but it's good, but it just doesn't taste good. It's like I'm using the wrong mouse.
Extra
It's
life.
more of like,
Oh my God! We got a donation.
wow, thank you.
Thanks, curator.
So do they
That's
get one of
amazing.
these?
Yeah, we're gonna have to hook up Adam.
It's it's
Bread, thank you very much for the $102 donation, brother.
102
That's a
buckaroonies.
ton.
That's a lot.
Thank you. We're gonna hook you up with the two ornaments as well.
Dad, what happened to
Prompter
the
go.
screen?
I don't know. Oh, that was probably an accident. Give me 1 second. You probably accidentally moved the prompter. Hold on a second. Where'd it go?
Oh no.
Hold on.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, your chat went away. You accidentally closed it.
Oopsies.
That's okay. I'm getting it back up.
There they are.
All right, there you go. What are you doing? Oh, you're customizing the tier list?
Oh yeah, I've gotten so good at this. I've
Okay.
never had $100,000. Well, is that too close? Bazooka?
You're good.
I've never had that. Gobstopper, I had it for the first time yesterday. It wasn't that good. I thought I broke my tooth on it. Sour Patch Kids are an A tier.
What are S tier?
S tier is reserved for the best of the best. Hot Spoilers, never had them. Below Pop. They're
I
good.
have a blue, orange, and
Wait, those are the ones that have a Tootsie Roll in the center, right?
Yeah.
red. I have every flavor.
It's disappointment. It's excitement, and then you realize it's Tootsie Roll and not gum. So then it's disappointment at the center. Oh, I like
Soggy
sweet tarts.
paper stick, though? You like to eat the soggy paper stick?
No, I don't like
No. Bread for Kids said that.
yucky.
That's correct
Soggy?
for Tootsie Roll, says Jerry.
Oh,
Sweet
Sweet
tarts
tarts?
are S tier?
No, they're not. I lost my mind.
Omega 7's wrong about everything. You could just say, Omega 7, you're wrong about everything. Can you just say that right now?
Omega 7. Apparently, you're wrong about everything.
Perfect, thank you.
I
Please
had
clip
these.
that. Thank
I
you.
had these one time that my friend gave me at lunch because she won them in math class.
Oh, those are really good.
Oh, I bet.
Fun Dip is low-key fire.
I don't want to have like a weird flavorless stick, dip it in sugar that's very sugary and sweet sugar, and then dip
Oh,
it back in to
I
more
think I know
sugar
what
and
that
eat it.
is.
You know?
I don't know, but I know. I've had
Oh,
one before
oh,
and
that's a
it's good.
jawbreaker, right?
Yeah, they're terrible.
Andes!
We have the meat. Oh, I see the candy cigarettes.
Jerry,
which
thank you for
my
hooking
friend
up
gives me.
bread.
I love Andes. They're like Christmas in a package, and I love them.
Bread, I'll catch up with you locally to give you the ornaments.
Bread. Bread or Brent?
Bread for Kids. He does Providence. Extra life.
Bread. I love bread. Bread,
love
bread would be the tier above S if that
Hello?
was a thing.
That'd be like
That's a B tier right there. Ring pops. They're like peak fashion.
Peak fashion.
They're really good fashion. You gotta admit. Three Musketeer. When I first had them, I thought and I saw the packaging, I thought it was ice cream in the center, and I got really excited.
Yeah,
And then when I had them, I was really disappointed because I thought I was getting ice
it's
cream.
fair. Yeah.
But they're like okay.
I see peeps in there.
One of these two. I'll add a B. Twizzlers. I actually kind of like Twizzlers.
Yeah?
It depends
They taste
because
waxy.
they. Oh wait, yeah. I kind of like them. It depends because I like the ones that you can peel apart, but not the ones that you just eat.
Well, those are different, right? Those are red vines. Those are red vines.
Oh.
Red
I also-
vines are the peel aparts.
Oh yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah.
They do.
I'm also not supposed to have Twizzlers with my braces, so it's like illegal.
That's fair.
You are not witnesses. Jolly. Are those Jolly Ranchers?
Yeah, you can, Brad. You can clip it, 100%.
Clip me. Those are Jolly Ranchers. I take them when I have my state testing. So I like them, but I don't like them because they make me think of state testing. Swedish Fish colors?
Yeah,
They
I
make
love
those?
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
those.
so good.
Where have I been living?
You can only get them at like candy stores.
I like Swedish Fish. They're like the harder gummies, but they're good hard. Tootsie Rolls. I don't want
Tootsie Rolls are
chocolate.
good. When's the last time you had Tootsie Rolls? It's like chocolate gum. Well,
I can't have
you can't, I know
gum.
you can't have it.
And
I know.
last time I had them, they were kind of disappointing. I was expecting more.
They should have
Dark
one
chocolate
of
gum?
Twisty Rolls.
Twisty Rolls. Handy bracelets, also peak fashion. Those are like unstoppable.
See, now I know what to get you for Christmas.
Yes, I want the fashion. The hottest fashion I can be
If
on
it's sugar
Vogue.
and it's jewelry.
New York Fashion Week hates to see me come in. Razzles, razzle
Are
dazzle.
those the Lego brick gummy things?
I don't know. I've never had that.
I feel like a librarian every time I have to pull these down.
I think they're just
Yeah.
Legos. Crunch.
Crunches.
The Crunch a Bunch deserves S tier, but I don't. Is
Wait,
that up there?
That's,
Yes, elite crunch.
Crunch a Bunch and Crunch
you're
is
saying
amazing.
the little bits of crunch that you get at like the movie theater.
Yes, those are amazing. I love them. had these.
They're good.
Kit
They're
Kat.
just sugars.
Kit Kat. I had 42 of them last year, and I only have 7 of them this year.
I only
Oh,
have
that
2
sounds
of them.
disappointing.
I know.
I
They're,
only have 2 of them.
last year I had 142
What are
pieces.
we giving away? We gave away Kit Kats with different flavors, though. Is that one of the things we were giving away?
Yeah. Like
Oh,
Ghost
yeah.
We had like, and some of those
Ghost
flavors
Toast
were
and
good.
Witch's Brew and
Yeah.
Count Chocolate.
Those are pretty good.
But they're good. They're like a classic. You can't go wrong. Smarties, I have trust issues. How do I know you didn't like unwrap it and like touch them and then wrap it back up and be like,
They could have licked them.
here you go, enjoy the candy. I'm like, I'm scared. I don't. But they do taste good, kind of.
You smash them up and you snort them.
No, don't do that. That's not good. What is this clinky thing right here?
Oh, that's like a paper.
Why is it on there?
Listen, why do you ask questions?
Because I want to know answers.
Weird.
You had 0 trick-or-treaters, Nevi? That's terrible.
That's
Well,
sad.
is that like more candy for you? You can like take all the
Nevi
chocolate.
wants to see, like, people who give away candy, they want to see all the kids' excitement, right?
Yeah, you can like go around.
See, Hellwalker's with me, loves snorting the Smarties.
Nope. Don't do that. That's not good.
Oatmeal raisin cookies is
does
the reason
that
why you have
mean?
trust. You don't like raisins in your cookies?
Oatmeal cookies though, those are amazing. Okay, peppermint Yorks. A or B, honestly. I feel like sometimes they're too pepperminty and they give me a stomach ache.
Okay.
Dots. I used to love them. I don't. Peeps. They're sugar.
They're so bad.
I want to love them, but I just can't get behind them. I can't love them.
I only like the pumpkin
Cookie
ones.
bites. These
The
taste.
pumpkin ones actually taste like pumpkin.
These taste like potatoes. For some reason.
Potatoes?
They taste weird. When I want a cookie bite, I had them one time when I went to the movie theater, and they tasted very interesting. I didn't like it. I still ate them all though because I was hungry, but I didn't enjoy it. Starburst. Haven't had them in a long time, but they're so good. I love them.
Just don't even slow.
I don't even need to say it. I don't think I've ever had a gusher before.
Really?
I don't think I've ever had a gusher
That was
before.
like an 80s candy. I don't think they make those anymore.
Yeah, they
No,
do.
my
I
friend
still have them.
Emily she had a little gusher the other day.
2.
2.
Yeah.
Lemonhead, I think I might have had them, but I don't remember,
They're so
so I'm gonna put them
Anyways,
there.
I'm gonna go get
Airhead. I don't know if I like them. I'm gonna put them there. Dum dum.
Mrs. Rad thinks Gushers are so good.
I bet they are, but I feel like it's weird. Because, like, you're biting into something soft, and then they explode on you.
It's called a Gusher. It's just living up to its name.
Hershey Kiss. These are so much better than the bars.
Really?
Yes, 100%.
This
The
tastes
bars,
same.
the bars get soggy and they like bend like cardboard, and I don't like them.
Okay.
But then the Hershey Kiss ones are crisp,
Okay.
and especially those Christmas ones. Ooh.
Netflix says if your mouth is dry, eat a Gushers, instant refreshed.
Mmm. And food. Okay. Oh, I have a story for that, but I don't think they would want me to share that. So, okay. I love Watermelon Sour Patch Kids. They're the best. I don't need to say anything else about them, okay? Thank you, Pedo Boy.
What did you
You're
have
correct.
a story about?
Oh, I can tell you later. Snickers? I've never had a Snickers before. And it's like the... Do you want to rank something? But, oh.
Wait, Mia, you've never had a Snickers?
I've never had a Snickers before. And I'm not going to have one soon because they're, like...
Never had a Snickers?
Never had a Snickers.
Get out of here. How?
Why do you keep
I
touching
actually
me?
think I'm gonna cry.
Why do you keep Twix?
He wants to come up and lay on your lap. That's what he
I
keeps saying.
like Twix. They're so good. From what I remember. Oh, just normal Nerds? They're awkward, but Nerds gummy clusters? Can't go wrong.
Snickers is old man dad candy?
No, they aren't.
I don't really like Milk Duds.
Hi.
I don't like them.
I agree with that one.
What's the difference between a Milky Way and a Twix? Isn't Twix like a wafer and Milky Way is a nougat, like Three Musketeer?
Something like that.
Something like that. Blow Pop. Is this the one with the gum in the center?
Yeah.
This one's Excitement. This one's the ripoff. That's the ripoff. I get them mixed up. Ooh, the hard candy ones.
Milk duds are amazing, says Hellwalker.
No.
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 Never do that. Never say that.
Hello.
Respectfully.
Oh, Pez.
Respectfully.
Oh, Pez.
I used to love Pez so much. But now it just tastes like compressed sugar. Pop Rocks! It's an
Can you say hi to Liz for me?
Hi, Liz!
That's,
Where is she?
That's Yo
Where are they?
Weird Dreams. That's her right there.
Oh, hi! I did a school project.
Respectfully.
I did a school project on Pop Rocks, and I remember I was trying to like glue them to my presenting board, but the glue I was using, it was like wet Emmer's glue, and then the Pop Rocks started exploding while I was trying to glue them onto the board.
Yeah.
And so then they looked kind of sad.
That
But
was
it still
a stressful
looked great.
time for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, 5th grade. I still did amazing with that project. I've never had those.
The dots on
The little
strip?
dotsies.
What do they call those?
Candy buttons?
They
Yeah,
called?
I think that's what they call them. Mike and Ike's are amazing.
Mike and Ike's are amazing, yeah.
M&M's are perfect, okay? You can hold them in your hand, and they don't leave chocolate on your hand. Because when you hold, like, an unwrapped Hershey Kiss, they leave, like, chocolate marks on your hand, and that's not good.
If you hold an M&M, you get little different colored dots.
But
though.
then it looks cool, because you're like, look at my hand. High five, look at my hand. It has purple, red, and yellow, and green, and all the colors that are amazing.
Yo, Invalid, thank you very much for 28 months.
Thank you! I have trust issues with Jelly Bellies now.
You have a lot of trust issues.
I do.
Where do you get these trust issues from?
Bamboozled.
Okay, sorry.
I see one and I'm like, oh, I hope it's not stinky socks. But they're still good sometimes. Whoppers! I love Whoppers.
Whoppers are good?
Yes!
Oh, okay.
Do you not like Whoppers?
Listen, I look at Whoppers and I would have put it lower on the list.
I think they're good. I think they're amazing. Oh, I had these for
Ask
the
Liz
first...
what her favorite candies are.
What's your favorite, Liz?
Jeez, alright, I didn't say sass Liz.
Hey, Liz! What's your favorite?
Can you go ooh woo?
No.
Okay.
I'll do it.
You'll do anything.
Ew, ew. Respectfully, you're wrong, Walker. No, thank you.
Miss Red said you're too young to have that many trust issues.
Oops. I had these for the first time recently, and they were so fun for some
The
reason.
wax.
The wax
They're
ones?
so good.
They were pretty fun.
Really? That's such like a crap candy.
They
I got them
Yeah.
at
I think it's just for like the experience.
Yeah.
Like Pop Rocks. Like Pop Rocks, if it didn't have the pop, it would be
Big candy,
sad.
but it's packaged cool.
Yes. And also I had the yellow one and it tasted like lemon juice water.
What about
Skittles. I sometimes and I just see them in a bowl. I think they're M&M's, so I think I'm gonna. Oh yay, it's chocolate, and I eat it, and then it's like Skittles. So they can be disappointing sometimes. I've never had a Heath bar before.
Oh, can we get a? Can you ask for a shout out for Bacon Bits?
Shout out Bacon Bits.
No, can we say get a shout out?
Get a shout out for Bacon Bits.
Please.
Please, thank you.
Now watch when the shout out happens. See?
Yes, I made that art for you when I was
Yeah, you were young.
little. I was like, It's like drawing with my left hand. I gripped the pen like this on a cardboard box. Good old days.
Oh, Afro sub. Say thank you, Afro.
Thank you, Afro.
He said stream got so much better. What they're saying is that because I'm not on stream, it's better. What do you think about that? Is that nice?
It's not the nicest thing, but
You kind of agree?
no, I never said that. Don't
but
imply things.
Okay, alright.
But thank you, I appreciate it. You still have that cardboard box?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
a lot
amazing.
of people kept their cardboard drawings from you.
I had a
That's
Heath bar and a
because they
cookie
care
once. Does
about
that
it.
count?
Yeah.
It was super tasty.
Pocket. This is for the tequilas. We don't get any of the money pocket. But she's saying thank you. Say hi, Pocket Ninja.
Hi, Pocket Ninja.
She's tiny, but she's deadly.
Oh
me
yeah.
or you? Me or her?
Pocket Ninja.
Hello.
Pocket
Her name
Ninja.
is Pocket Ninja.
Alright, Laffy Taffy. Oh, I had them once at a birthday party, at my older sister's birthday party, and I had banana ones, and it was at a jumpy place. I don't know why I was eating them and jumping. But they were pretty good and they were banana. That's
You
surprising.
are a banana.
You too. Didn't I already rank Skittles?
There might have been a different Skittles.
Or maybe I was just talking about Skittles.
Oh, one of these right here. Oh, the ones you just put down?
Skittles. Come
Oh,
back
those-
for
Those
revenge.
must be a different flavor.
They're the same.
Original pack.
Just keep going.
Are these large gummy bears or just normal
Regular
gummy
size
bears?
gummy bears. I think they just use a big picture.
It depends, because I like different flavors, but they're good all around. A tier. Babe Ruth? I've never had them. I got a full size this year, and I immediately traded it for something else. It was for a Reese's.
All right, here's the big one. Candy corn here. Wow, I thought I taught you better than that.
I like.
was putting
Okay, maybe
it
it's more like B tier. Maybe it's more B
No,
tier.
no, you put it where.
No,
you
it's
feel.
more like B tier
Okay.
because I mix up the colors sometimes, and it gets annoying when I draw them wrong. Almond Joy, they get so much hate for no reason. I don't know what I'm touching on there. I like Almond Joys. Gumdrops. One time in 4th grade, we were doing like a project where we had to build things with like gumdrops and skewers. Like we had to build the tallest tower, and then at the end, our teacher let us eat the gumdrops. And the first one we had, I thought it'd be like cherry flavored. It was cinnamon, and it was disgusting. Ugh.
Candy corn above Milk Duds. I'm rioting, says C Mike.
Well, I'm sorry that I don't like Milk Duds. Milk Duds are not good.
Hard because I tried them and I thought I liked them, but I couldn't even bite down.
Pixie Sticks is like the cousin of Fun Dip. Only there's less licking involved to get the sugar. And I've talked about how these are so rubbery before. I feel like they're bending so much when I try to eat them. This is my ranking, and I believe it's right. And Milk Duds do belong in D tier, okay? All right?
All right, so thank everybody for the hype train.
Thank you so much for
The hype train.
hype train. Choo choo, choo choo choo.
All right, thank you. Hope you had fun.
I did. Sleep well, if you get any sleep.
I'm not sleeping. You sleep well.
Everybody else sleep well too.
All tier is suspect. Guys, thank you very much. Sorry for the impromptu tier listing. Chat is downhill from. Oh, that's fair. It's fair. Very lucky man. How have they not had 100 grand bar? I mean, I don't know. We don't actively go look for candy they haven't had. You know what I mean? They have enough candy. They have absolute enough candy. All right, hold on a second. I gotta fix a bunch of stuff. All right. Thank you. Sorry for the sidetrack. Camera up a little bit more. At least we had a brief peek. Okay. Wild. Oh, great, you're back. I'll just put the dog in the chair if you want. Don't. We get a level. What are we now? Put Max in the chair. Don't threaten us with a good time. Give me a level 3 hype train. Max will stay in the chair and just eat dog treats. Max is like, I'm in. He's in. Level 3. Geeky says bet. Thank you for the bits. Nevi, thank you for the hedgehog and chariots of fire. Okay. Warzy! All right, Max. You have to sit in the chair. Warzy says bet. All right, Max, you gotta come here. You have to come here. Max, come here. Up. Max. Up. All right, sit down. Okay. Now, Max, the job is you just have to eat treats. Okay, hold on.
Just wait for a second.
All right, stay here. All right, Max. You're just gonna eat treats, okay? Okay. This is the content. This is the content they asked for. Hold on. Wait, I'm gonna break these in half. Okay. If this might be a little loud. Here. You want the ASMR Max stream? Here. We can get a little bit more crunch. We can get more crunch than that. Here, try this. Okay, Max, you have to keep looking over here. Can you put your can you high five? High five? Yep. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy. He's a good boy.
Hello.
Thanks, you hate it, says Blake Lake. Oh, they don't like you, Max. What's wrong? Do you not like the crunch, Blake Lake? Is the crunch too much? I like Max. I don't like I don't like you crunching. Max, you gotta put your glasses on too. Wait. Come here. Right here. Just like that. Just like that. You have to stay like that. Stay right here. Stay. No, not you. Not you.
Okay.
Now we get this. All right, I'll stop the crunch. Sorry. You brought him up there under false pretenses. He has to do is eat treats. He's eating treats. Right, buddy? Right, buddy? You got a lot of treats. Chair spinning on you. You doing okay? Oh, we don't have any speak commands. You don't know how to bark. You don't like to bark, do you? Do you? No barking? All right. Is that enough Max time? Is Max wants one more cookie? Okay, buddy? All right, now we got treats all over the place. We got doggy treats all over the You said that about the kiddos. You said that about the kiddos. Right, buddy? What are you looking at? You have to look up here. See up here? This is where everybody is. That's everybody. High five? Yeah, good boy. Okay, you want to get down? Okay, good. No? Do you want to get down? No? All right, get down. You want to come up? You want to come up now? Now he wants to come up. All right. Goes kiddos, Max Taco. He's just like, where are the rest of the cookies? Right, buddy? Okay. Is that enough Max time? Is that enough Max time? You doing good? Okay.
Mom, is my pillow there?
You want to get Nacho now? Get the whole squad up here? All right. You've had enough cookies. He's had enough cookies. Where'd the lights go? All right, guys. Thank you very much for that hype train. Max, did you enjoy that? Was that good for Max? Okay. You've never seen Nacho? She doesn't make a lot of stream appearances. Okay. Again, sorry for the sidetrack. Every time I see Taco's eyes, it makes me uncomfortable. Why? It's fair. It's fair. All right. Now, for reals, we're going to play a video game. Try to stop me. All right. We were going to get copper. Did we get copper? We did not get copper. Copper is upstairs. You need a rating on how much you look like Jack Black. Looking. Probably shouldn't stream all that. Oh my god. This is fucking peak. This is Caveman Mox. Caveman Mox wielding the lightsaber. Now, I think this is AI because this is not in a straight line like physics. Did you was this your face? Did you just take a picture of your face and just have AI generate the rest of it? That's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, yeah, like like if you said a couple of skadooshes, yeah, 100% Jack Black. 100% Jack Black. This is Caveman Mox. So this lightsaber was a giveaway that we did. What was that? September? September we gave away the lightsaber? You're too old to do that. Wait, there's spins? Wait, is there a video? I thought there was an actual video. I'm sure that's coming up. There will be. Fair. Awesome. Mox, amazing work. All right. Sorry for constant derailing. Yeah, there's Nacho. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh yeah, she went for it. Yeah, 100%. Chat wasn't invited to that event? What do you mean chat wasn't invited? Oh, to slap me? Gotcha. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We're gone. We're out of here. We all can line up. Yeah, if we ever do it in person, donate on the spot to Taco Slap Me for sure. All right, let's see if this works still. Not quite enough to get us over the red forest. Set up a slap a taco booth. This is where the jetpack would be so good. Oh, you spotted a quarter to the left. Ah, that's why we were going left. What I want to do is put this on my bar. Say 7. Red Forest is scary even with weapons? Nah, you're fine. Alright, we're looking for a crash site. I wanted to get all the way over to Northern Forest. And then we'll go around the map this way. Now remember, we have a bounty. If you manage to kill me with a dick spur, I put money in your bank account. Slap a taco booth, $5. $5. Are you insane? It wouldn't even cover the cost of the tortillas. They disintegrate when they hit your face. Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, you can if you let it go too far, you completely miss the map and you hit the kill box on the side. I mean, oh shit. Thank you. Now remember, everything in Dixper is a keyboard emulation. You would think you'd be able to see the crash sites better from up here. That's uranium, don't want that. That's uranium, don't want that. I think that's a crash site right there. Crouch would drop the parachute. It should. Anything that hits the C button would. How much of a donation to yeet yourself into the kill box? 25? Yeah, I can use the alt recipes. All right, where is a crash site? I wonder if, because this is running DX11, I wonder if they're not popping up because of... Oh, here's one. They're just hard to see. There's another one. Oh my gosh. Where was it? There it is. Thank you very much, Invalid. Jerry, did you try doing a crouch and it didn't drop the parachute? I am also holding the W button, but if I hit C right now, it lets it go. All right, I'll try refunding yours. What is... Oh, okay. 7. Oh, I'm sorry. It's tea time. Thank you. All right, 120 megawatts. Okay. We can do that from here. 30, 60, 90, 120. Huh. Oh, shit. I was not sitting on top. It's a bit smoky. Alright, what's at this crash site that I want? nothing, really. Ah! Alright, where was that other one? There was one... Alright, might as well release them. I don't even think I have the... Oh, I can't build a scanner. You guys would delete it. Oh, hello, spooters. I hear it right here. In case we die.
Veins are grown and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Just listening for the Mercer sounds. There's got to be one out there, right? Oh my gosh. It's a slug. I don't have explosives. Slug. We'll take him. Okay. All right. All right.
Hello.
Oh, fuck you. Endless. Aye. You bastard. You're an absolute bastard. You're an absolute bastard. I'm stuck inside with them. You bastard. Who is it? Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Not in my hands. It's not in my hands. Oh, now we're ducking. Now we're ducking. Thank you, Jerry. Is that a doggo in the water? Alright, guys, you follow me down here, okay? You follow me right down this way. Where are you? Where are you? Come this way. There's one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you got two of them. You little bastard. There's nothing in my hands, Jerry. There's nothing in my hands, Jerry. No, I wanted the whole building, not just a piece of it. Fuck this little guy. I'm in it! I failed. You know, honestly, that probably would have been easier just to put this down. Nice try, Jerry. Nice try. I'm still trying to figure out like how long I have with an item in my hand before you guys can get to the channel point redeem. Jerry, what's the bounty up to? Do you know? Type exclamation mark bounty. Oh my god. Thank you for the bats. Oh, it answers as the bot. I can't see it. I don't remember what's over here. Cliff. Northern Forest. Okay. Uh, 5,600, okay. It ticks up every minute that I'm not dead in playing Satisfactory live on Twitch. Now, there's a cave here, but no crash site. I think, can I get up here? Alright, Northern Forest. Crash sites. Now, there's the one that's by the pond I know about. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Endless. Come on, can we just get up? I should push these things up to the cloud, so if I need them, I can get them. But if I die, I don't lose them. How many computers can we keep? He says no go. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. He's not friendly. He's not friendly. Oh, no. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it, you bastard. All right. All right. I can still put those up while I'm walking. All right. Thank you, Mercury Vapors. Thank you, Mercury Vapors. You want to go in and say hi? Hi, buddy. Whoa, shit. Did I get them both in there? All right, where's that hard drive? I think it's closer to the cliff. Oh. Oh, you're in there. Okay, okay. I was like, oh, I'll just put it over the thing I want. I never thought about that. Get away from it, though. Ah, it's still in it with him. No, no. Oh God, not this. Not this. Don't fucking rotate my gun. Where are you? Need to separate you from... Alright. Fuck that. No, this way for sure. Give Mini Rat a banana without cutting up for the first time and he's eating it like the side like a corn cob? Hey, listen, you every monkey has to learn that one. Then it falls in two pieces and it gets mushy and your hands get all dirty. Like, the monkeys learn. You're just gonna let them play with the tool. Is this the pond? No. No, we don't get any explosives, which stinks. Function is open. I think there's still codes in the dungeon. I really want Mercer spheres. Oh, there's a crash site. Okay. Two ways to handle this one. Drop this down. He's inside. Nah, he got around the corner. Where are you? Where are you? What are we listening to? Pull handle, open door. Hey, Lazzy, how you doing? Guys, do you feel like the process of me dropping these storage buildings on people is cheating? I'm just trying to play inside the rules to which were defined for me for this game. If you think it's too cheap, you know, I'll stop doing it. I think you promised up. I tried. It was tough. I still can't get any animal DNA though. Is this sexy sex? Is that what this is? Ooh, Mercer sphere. Ooh.
The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic
is that you?
components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
All right, there's a summer soup, I think, over here. It's tough to do this without a hand scanner, I'll be honest with you. I have to go from, like, memory, and the memory not good. What's that? Oh no, we're taking damage. There's a Mercer Sphere.
Hello.
Yo, Echo, what's up, man? Hey, you want to see how I've outsmarted the system? Echo? Oh my god! They might be able to sneak out of that one. Echo, we made a bad boy storage box, and we just drop it on the bad boys, and then we take whatever they're guarding.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. Play for us.
So this is where Echo made his base when he played Satisfactory, which he has forgiven. He's given up. He's no longer playing Satisfactory. He's too cool for Satisfactory. Echo, how's your Saturday going, man? That is cool. That is cool. That is our giveaway. Have I showed Echo his... I haven't showed him the update to it. I have not shown him the update. I should have seen if we have enough for a return rocket blast. Ooh. Running. Running. Ooh. I think you're slow. Where's uranium? There it is. That's the one I was looking for. Now this area is pretty spicy. Where are you? Can he get out of the playpen? I don't think so. He's in the playpen. All right, we got that. Okay, delete that. Anything here I want? Nah, let him go. Yeah, it was like a giant egg. There's nothing to it. I don't think. Oh no, what are we doing? No, we don't look at the ground. We're not looking at the ground. We're not looking. Okay, well, I mean, this is a way to scout. It's not the most effective. Thank you for looking at the ground. I don't know where we're going. Okay, we're going here. Uppies? Uppies? Can I get more uppies? Oh, okay, we're looking. Who was that? Jerry. Son of a bitch. Oh, we're hacking the matrix as invalid. Yeah, I dropped something. Is that why I was looking at the ground? There's a Mercer Sphere up there. Oh, no, no, bad time. Bad time. Bad time for this. Just get, can we please? Can we please? Thank you.
Be appropriate.
This is a Titan Force already? Nice try, Mercury Series. Mercury vapor, sorry. I was thinking Mercer spheres. Ride the bone. Ride the bone? No, we're not riding the bone. Fine. Ride the bean. What is this playlist? Oh, it's Nevi? Okay. You wanted the Tetris theme? Is that a sloop up there? I forget what's up there. Let's go look. I hear the Mercer sphere whine. How do they expect me to get up there? Cinematic? Yeah, it can be cinematic.
Defile the sphere.
You don't have to make reasons to put songs on. You just put songs that you want to hear. Alright, we need another crash site. Is that one? It is. Alright, are there any angry boys here? There's a couple of bad boys. Oh boy. What are you doing? Did we get the bad boys? Ooh, we want those supercomputers.
Hello.
Yo, Officer Doug, what's up? How you doing? Not doing the Satisfactory factory car event. I do not know what that is. Can you tell me what that is? Crouch Dixper doesn't like the parachute. Okay, good to note. Jerry, I'll refund them for you. Top of the official subreddit. I don't go to the subreddit. Sorry. If you have any information, I would gladly take it. But I'm sorry, I'm not a Redditor. Too many times I've been on Reddit and go, oh, what a hot take. I don't like that. I wish there was like, I don't know how to say this. Like, hey, we're Reddit, but we don't tolerate people being shitty to each other. Not going on Reddit is a sign of mental health. Well, listen, unfortunately there's a lot of really cool things that happen on Reddit. Oh no, I don't want to be in here. Is this Jack Black? I thought that was something. Community made event, giant factory car obstacle course, tower made by players, prizes sponsored, game devs streamed it the other day too. Oh, nice. Trackmania's did with stupid. Nice. That's awesome. Do they have like a page dedicated, or is it just on the subreddit? Thank you for the information, by the way. Let's see. Coffee Cup Studios. All right, hold on, guys. Let's go check it out. Let's put a safety box. Also, you can go... Okay, can we... Okay. Now we're safe in here. Okay. Organization. Can I get a good optimization early phase 2? Listen, you play the way... You send me the lunch trail? If it's on the site, I'll find it. I appreciate the information. Coffee Cup Studios. That gave me a bad page. Oh, .org. All right, what is this? I see a indifferent broccoli. Just learned Coffee Shop to be releasing their own gaming console in November. Yeah, that's true. I see a bunch of IP addresses, event information. Sends me to Discord. That's fine. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like the problem with early game logistics is you're gonna end up redoing it like 1,000 times. But I mean, play the game you like. But I usually just put up like a couple machines connected to storage bins and just like copy and paste it, and then like I'll switch what they're making. I'll like, okay, now I need a bunch of this or that. You know, it's tough to scale early. Once you get to like tier 6 and you get like Mach 3 or Mach 4 belts, that's when you can actually start doing stuff like that. Officer Doug, thank you for the private message. Officer Doug, are you part of the event? All right, hold on. Hold on, we're switching over. Let me pause music. All right, let's see what this event's all about. Back her up. Let's go. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, indifferent broccoli. They do a lot of hosting. They're good. It's so funny because I feel like the Reddit community is completely diverged from the Twitch community. Look at some of these builds. They're amazing. We used to do Explorer racing. Wait, are you going up or... You going up? You go up this? Brother. Climb the corporate ladder. I think the production value is great. Join the race. All right, so do you download the map and just play it yourself? Is that how it goes? Super dope. Thank you for showing me that. Yeah, that may be a fun stream. Do you have to get all the way? Wait, my line fired us. I don't want to see that. Looks like bait. Music back. Let's look at the subreddit if we can get into it. We have a site that tracks everybody's statistics. Do you really? That's awesome. No, multiplayer. Okay. Oh, is that what these IP addresses are? Ah, okay. All right, so it looks like they have a bunch of servers running that you could jump into to play it. 2 days free, no credit card. That's they're setting up your own server. Which mods do they need? Mod manager. Probably a bunch of mods to make the track work. And so you basically just run it and try to get your event leader. Hey, appreciate you coming in and telling us about the event. It's a great way to kind of get the word out. So I appreciate it. You can let me paste that link in chat if anybody wants more information on this, wants to play, wants to participate, wants to stream it. Officer Doug sent us in Officer Doug sent me that URL, so if you hit that bad boy up, that's the video that we just watched. And then the event website is this one right here. So if you guys are at all interested, hit those links up. They're both safe, okay? Well, safe as I think. So. Hop on, race me? Not right now. I appreciate it, though. We'll plan to do that. How long are you keeping the leaderboards open for? Can probably try to get that. Well, I'm going to Salt Lake next week, so probably not until the week after. You did a thing? What did you do? Wait, what is that emote? The whole month. We have way too many prizes to give away. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. What is your emote, Bacon? Oh, you did the max crunch! Get out of here. That's fantastic. Blandrew, Coffee saying heroic replicas, they all got on board. Oh, we know we know Andrew. Officer Doug, David the Dojo Bits. No, brother, thanks for the information. Appreciate you. Officer Doug, thank you very much. Officer Doug, this is a charity stream. We stream here for the sick kids of Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to sick kids. We also are doing our own giveaway. We're doing a giveaway on December 13th for a Steam Deck, which you can jump into by coming in and saying hi, and by giving bits. You get extra giveaway tickets. You type exclamation mark enter, the word Steam Deck, and the word max. Get into those giveaways. All right. Ooh, I would like another summer sloop if I can find one. Mercer spheres as well. I feel like I might be going in circles a bit. I'm glad we got some hard drives. The kids will take the bits, so appreciate you, man. Officer Dog, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I don't know where there's another summer sloop. Can I? Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! We don't have explosives because chat be mean. I think this area is pretty fished. Do we go? Oh, there's one. Oh, there's a baddie. There's a baddie with an attitude. Where are you? Yo. Esky. Appreciate it, man. Brother. Perfect drop. Perfect drop. Esky, 28 fucking months, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting the kids.
If I had a body...
Thank you for supporting the kids. Esky, I was lurking on you while you were playing RV there yet. Hi, Tawny. What's up? All right. I don't think there's much else here. Yeah, it is a fun game. Much coverage of being a celeb ready has zero. Wait. Mega 7, do you know Officer Doug? All right, do we go here? Yeah, I mean we can get home this way. Oh, there's one. All right, let's see. Can we drop this right on them? The big hog right there. You stay there, but then the bees, you stay inside. More bees. You stay inside. This is the first time we're trying this to see if this works. With the bees. Oh, 120 megawatts? Ugh. Alright, we're looking alright, I guess. Oh, really? Get out of here. Oh, shit. The thing is not completely solved. It's not safe. It's not safe. Thank you. We just need to get this thing moving. Wait. 30 times 3 is not 120. Well, 40 times 3 is. But we put all of our biomass in these. So how did those bees get me? I mean, it sounds like an obvious question, but how did they get out? We're field testing this thing. All right, kill that. Mind Jive, what's up, man? All right, we release all the baddies.
Hello.
Oh, there's a shame crate. I don't want to go over there. Oh. We're gonna have company. Timber time! What's up? The way that random wasp sneaks inside your house. Oh, right. Nobody except Doug on Reddit. I guess the CEO of a fake company, Coffee Cups for Life. I love the tunes. Man, I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. It's always good. We have lots of music. We like you guys to play music too. So, Officer Doug, I have a question I'd like to ask new friends. If we all came over your house, and if you enjoy the music, you're on the same vibe. We all came over your house for a party. It's Saturday night. What song are you tossing on the radio first? I think I can delete some of this stuff. I don't need this much copper sheet. Probably don't need that much bar. Let's put these summer sloops up in the air. Same here. In case it goes sideways, let's get all this shit up. Can always pull the computers back down. Mind Jive, by the way, thank you for that streak. Appreciate you, pal. I'm shocked Andrew hasn't done the factory cart race. Has he already done it? Usually we would have watched him. Hey, buddy. Oh, that's a bad time to try to slide uphill. Oh, no. Oh, I'm not. Oh, no. I'm frozen. Frozen. Stop it. Stop it. No. No. Oh, moving. We're moving. We're moving. Fuck you, Jerry. Fuck you, Jerry. Oh my god. Is that something up there? I guess what I can try to do is I can try to make a new Dixper skill that is just so that you guys can disconnect my parachute. A lot of these Dixper skills are years old. Okay, I hear it. Where are you? Ah! Fucking hell. Oh, about to fallen. Did we just hear immersive sphere? Where was that? You can't go up the side of the mountains anymore. They changed that? Do you set the Dixper pricing, or they defaulted, but I can affect them. I think that's what they were before. I just reopened Dixper. But you should have most of your cards are just what you owned before, right? Oh, that's a slug sound? Oh. Yeah, the Mercisphere is chatty. You got 25. Wait, what? I should also go check to see if that's connected. Because what I used to do, I used to take the Dixper checks and donate those too. Oh, actually, no, wait. Those, I think they changed the way that works. I think it comes right through Twitch. So it's probably been in the donations. Canadian dollar dues. Yeah, I should probably figure out a way to, like, when you run a Dixper skill, that you get credit for it in your bank. All right, what do we say? We shoot ourselves home? Seems like a pretty good area. All right, taco launcher. Aim this like that. I'm gonna put some let's put some leaves in here. Okay, she's started. Jump in. Get out. Jerry wants to dance. Come on, Jerry. All right, we're going this way. All right, if I deploy the parachute, I can't deploy the parachute. No. How did you? Oh, I thought we were going to the void. Stop it. Stop it, Jerry. We're fucking gonna die, Jerry. We're gonna fucking die, Jerry. Jerry, stop. Can we please deploy the parachute? Can we please deploy the parachute? How are you doing this? How are you doing this? What is happening right now? What are you doing, Jerry? How did you do this? Jerry, come on, Jerry. Jerry, please don't do this, Jerry. Jerry, please don't do this. Jerry, please don't do this, you fucking bastard. You absolute fucking bastard. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. You. How did you oh my god. I don't know how you managed to curve me right towards the one area that I was possibly gonna die. Thank you, Jerry, for the heart attack, the mild heart attack. So I don't know why when you did the stealth game there, it kept undeploying my parachute. I kept deploying it, but I think it's like tapping the C button, but I don't know why on the other ones when you ran the stealth it didn't do that. Just, you're gonna let me sneak by, right? You're not gonna give me some shit? So Pinot Boy, those are those Dixper cards. That is cool. That is cool. That is the giveaway we're doing on December 13th. As a reminder, next Saturday, I am flying out. I'm actually flying out earlier in the week. But next Saturday, we're going to be at Extra Life in Salt Lake City doing a kickoff to Extra Life week, where everybody does their Extra Life streams or in-person events, whatever they are. That is going to be streamed back to this channel. When we stream back to the channel, none of these redeems or stuff like that's going to work. It's going to be just because I'm not streaming it. It's a rebroadcast.
Hello.
Dread! Hi! What does hard mode in this game mean? Well, so first, hey, what up, Boosh? Can you stream? How are you in person? So there's like a whole production team that's streaming the event for Extra Life. They're just going to also stream it on my channel. They're going to try to stream it to as many channels out there because the Extra Life channel itself is not that big. You know what I mean? Everybody say hi to Miss Dread Void Witch. Dread, how was your stream today playing your Valheim's? I see you went live like the same second I did. All right, hard mode in this game is we sat down, we wrote up a bunch of things that would make the game more difficult. We voted on them all. Chat voted I cannot use a jetpack. Chat voted they can always delete whatever's in my hand for channel points. Chat voted that I cannot handcraft anything. It has to be built in a machine. Chat also voted to randomize all the nodes on the map. So this is our starter factory we're working on. Usually in the grass fields, you do not have uranium. We do. We have 2 uranium nodes right over here, which is fantastic if you're making a nuclear reactor. It's bad if you're just trying to get some iron out of the ground, because it's not iron. Good, making some progress with a really big, ambitious build. All right, everybody, please make sure to hit the follow button on Miss Dread Void Witch. All right, how do we end up doing, guys? Ooh, I uploaded them all to the cloud. We ended up with 6 Mercer Spheres, 5 hard drives. 5 hard drives is good. All right, maybe we can push another tech tier. Almost died. What is our bounty up to? That means Sako is bricked up the whole time? I mean, sometimes. Hi, bub. We gotta put the hard drive in here. No hard drive. All right. What is the bounty at? It is fair. It is fair. Yeah, Kaiser takes care of under the desk. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right. Hard drive, run a hard drive. Is this my list or is this your song? Whose song is this? No, it's me. Skipping it. What playlist are we on? Oh, this is just a record. This is just this is not my playlist. All right. 90s? Well, we can do a vote. You want to do a vote?
Hello.
All right. You guys can choose what music we listen to. 1 is 90s, 2 is heavy rock, 3 pop, 4 electronic EDM, 5 indie alternative, and 6 is beach jams. It's basically like drinking, smoking, Bob Marley, Jack Johnson type shit. So just type the number. You get 1 vote. EDM D's. What? Did you really? You just EDM D's nuts on me? But then you voted for pop rap? Did you? Is that what you wanted? Dread? Feel like you came in one way and then you stumbled on the furniture and you fell into the end table. I think you're doing great though. Mrs. Rad says indie alternatives. Hellwalker, did you vote 1 or 2? That's almost exactly what happened, actually. Did you want EDM? Is that what you were hoping for? You wanted 4. Is that what you did? Because I can cast a vote in your honor. Okay, I will vote 4 then. Ooch says it too.
Hello.
Dobis? What's up, Dobis? Welcome in. Feel free to make your voice be heard. Okay. What's the next text here? Oh yeah, let's unlock this. Ooh, 100 heavy modular frames. We don't have that for sure. But we can just easily make that. These things ran out. We should have filled these before we left. No, I voted for you. I voted for you. All right, we gotta put this in there. Then copper sheets. Oh, we really should fill up 2 of these. We need a lot of copper at this point. Looks like 2's gonna win. Well, we're gonna leave it up for another minute. Okay, and now these bad boys. Look how many of those we got. Nice. All right, we need plastic for the computers. That should be good. Turpentine says EDM as well. Sweet. Where's plastic? Those are cables. Plastic is down here. Okay, let's go get some power cables. Okay, they're not that full.
Hello.
You won't get mad? I won't get mad. If there's a dick spurt and you run it, it's fine. It's fine. Zergeek, hi. How you doing? I promise I won't get mad. If I don't want it, I'll just shut it off. And if I haven't shut it off, that's on me. But now I'm wondering where I should stand. Here. Oh, this is kind of in the middle of everything. I thought I got rid of them all the tornadoes. Now I'm wondering what you have. All right, heavy modular frames. The infamous heavy modular frames. Oh, where'd all my shit go? Here. How many dust caps you need per dupe? No, sorry. Missing modular frame. Oh, we have those on the cloud, but... Been a weird month. I'm doing good. No, you don't ever have to apologize for being MIA. I've also been super busy at work, which is good because that's how you you stay employed. But also,
Hello.
you know, in the game action not included. How many dust caps do you need for a dupe? I'd like to know if it got that right or if it's just making shit up, because it might be just making shit up. AI does that a lot. I mean, it does have internet access, so it could figure it out. Oh, these are backwards. Like me. But I've been good, just in general. I'm going to Salt Lake City on Thursday, but I get to hang out with Skittish and Butts, which is always a blast. All right, heavy modular frame. You just need steel pipe, case, screws. Oh, the screws. Screws. Screws, we're not gonna do that. All right, let's spin this box around. Before you lived in Texas, you lived in Salt Lake? Nice. And is that what the Google said? No. Thank you, Oosh, for using your human brain. All right, we just put a constructor up over here. Connect the constructor there. You can go here. You're making screws. Steel screw? No. Oh, God. Fucking deleted Mercury Vapors. You just deleted that machine. You little bastard. You little fucking bastard. Okay. Do it again. That way. And risk my entire colony on it. Jeez. Mercury Vapors, is that what you were talking about? That one's light work. You don't have to worry about that. So we used to have a command called a tornado. And what it would do is it would lock me, it would spin, and it would delete everything around me. Hold on a second. I'm shocked there's no clip search for that. clip search may not be working. Yeah, clip search may not be working. Let me see if there's an error. Invalid auth token. Hold on a second. Seems like my token expired. Just give me a second. I'm just rebooting the bot. When the bot boots up, it re-auths the token. I didn't know it is not refreshing the token. It should be refreshing it. There's a lot going on right now. Hessian. I'll replay it. Yeah. Hessian, thank you for the 333 bits. I appreciate you, man. Here, you can watch the clip now. How's it? How's it good? It's good. Here. I hate you, Jerry. Look at the mess. Yeah, maximum destruction for sure. All right, it's back. I don't understand why that's gone. You don't understand why in a factory I don't allow you to just at any time you want play a skill that spins me around and deletes everything in my factory. You don't understand why that's not a thing? This is, I think, the most destructive tornado we ever had. I'm pretty sure this one, the 26, I think this was the most egregious one. No, I thought the 26 was it. Here. That wasn't it. Yeah, no, it did. It drove me up the wall. All the crates. All the crates. What was this one? Yeah, this one. This is the big one. Yeah, it was just like I would get a production line done, somebody would delete it. It was insane. All right, so the winner was music. Is Keep It On Heavy Rock and Metal. Okay. You do a tornado move or tornado? It was, yeah, it was too often. And you know, it's tough. You can't, certain things you don't have control. Mercury Vapors, thank you very much for all the appreciation. Appreciate you. Appreciate you appreciating me. All right, we have to punch the next. All right, so we just gotta stick some metal beam in here. Okay, and is it 3 items or 4? It's 4. All right, now all right, let's get as many of these items as we can. Store everything. We don't need screws, we just need beam, modular frame, steel pipe. All right, steel pipe is here. Okay, and then we said modular frame. You and the Jays? Oh yeah, they're in the World Series, aren't they? When was the last time the Blue Jays were in the World Series? What are you building now? We're just trying to get through. Oh, so, all right, so you've been here. I need to make heavy modular frames. I need to make 100 of them. Instead of automating this entire machine, I'm just hooking this machine up to a bunch of storage bins. Right? So here's a bunch of these things. Right? So I just do them like a storage bin at a time. Okay? You're feeding those in there. Ship belt. Encased industrial beams. Encased beams are done here. So like the encased beams are automated to just make as many of those as possible. That just needs 2 items. I'm just not ready to just automate the entire factory right now. Are you even running? Yeah, you're running 100%. Game 7 for all the marbles. Who are they playing? Endless Glitch. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Now, we will automate this at some point. It's just not right now. We just need to punch a few more tiers. All right, I don't think this is powered either. There's my bin of shit right here. $260 a minute. What is this, 120? 240. What are you working with? Oh, what tier? We are 6. I think we're going on 7. Yeah, 6. This is gonna get us all the items we need for the space elevator, because once you have to unlock the next tier in the space elevator. So this is actually going to be a part where I actually have to automate everything for the space elevator. Maybe. Tell me what you're working with. I won't dignify that. Not that I have any dignity. But whatever dignity I do have. It's about 5.5 inches worth. All right. Good. We just need to crush out a bunch of these. Did we pick up a summer sloop? Did I do that yet? So one of the things is when you have a production line like this. Oh, sorry. When you have a production line like this, that's just going to take you a while. Like it's going to take me, I need 100 going 2 per minute. It's going to take me a half hour. And I might have to fill these machines more than once. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my summer sloops. I'll just sloop it one time. So I'll get another half. A half inch is very important. It's doing a lot of work, honestly. It can make all the difference. All right. Honest, between now and then, what should I do? Oil has been automated. Plastic is automated. All right, what is in was it flexible framework? What are these things? Do we have a space elevator up? I don't think so. Versatile framework. All right, beams and modular frame. Maybe up here for now. All right, so beams are... All right, we're going to do it down here. Let's shell out the back of this.
Hello.
Hey, Wubby, what's up, man? What would you do for a Scooby snack? Like a real Scooby snack? I mean, I thought Scooby snack was just slang for weed. Tawny. Nerd? You gonna sub me, nerd? Appreciate it. Tawny. Goddamn legend. Tony, what is your latest status on our art project? You still working through? Yeah, well, I saw you playing some RimWorld. How was that? What would you do for our Klondike bar? I have so much in my bank. We'll get into the giveaway, miss. We have a new computer case on the way. We're gonna do another one of the taco cases. I don't think you care for that. We have something coming from Misty Mountain Gaming, which is like a site that does all sorts of D&D stuff. So probably think like dice, some sort of dice holder, something like that. That would be coming. And we should be having another disc plate. But short of that, there's also the Steam Deck as well. So December 13th, we'll... are we designing a new taco case? I think we should. Make them all unique. No, I just, for this one, I didn't have time to do it between now and everything going on in Rick's life. So I think we'll still do the thing where we sign the inside. I don't know. But the printer already had the file already, so like it was cost effective. He didn't have to spend any time to redo it. And I've already, it's coming out of my pocket, you know what I mean? So. Okay, so we can just do all sorts of activities up here. I mean, it's not super tall. It's tall enough. All right, so for versatile framework, it was steel beam right here, and All right, and then it needed encased, right? No. Should we these guys? These guys? Yeah. Flashlight. Oh my god. How long am I staring at that screen? Sneak through. Nope. Okay, never mind. Thank you, Wubs. Oh, did I not read Wub's message about, I know very little about what I'm doing, but it's fun. Yeah, I told you I'm playing the hot potato save, for, RimWorld. I gotta figure out something. All right, where are my two materials? You got a material here, and the other one's over here. Oh my god. 2,500. We probably should do more than one machine. I don't know what the ratios are, but let's for now. Is it cool? I thought it was cool. No, no. Don't be weird. You can get in that hole. And then you... I'm still shocked that straight doesn't work right. Dinkaroony wants to get in the dungeon. David says, lost 25 pounds and I'm able to finish a burger from Red Robin. I mean, that's not the worst, right? GG, Davey. All right. I saw these guys. I have to get, so the main factory, whatever we're going to do is to finish this game. I have to make, so we got to make a lot of power because all of our factories are big and require lots of power. So I don't know if I showed you this, but what we've been talking about is making this factory game. Screenshots. So we have to get our starter factory online. That gets us to tier like 7 or 8. Then what we do is from 7 or 8, we make a power factory that's enough to make the final factory. So the power factory, the power factory in this one's going to be a hot sauce bottle. So once I get to tier 7 or 8 here, I'm going to go find a location that has everything for turbo fuel. We're going to need sulfur. We're going to need oil, coal, a couple other things. Then what we'll do is we'll make the hot sauce bottle. So that will take me 2 or 3 months to make that. Once we make the hot sauce bottle, that is going to make a bunch of power. So I think we're going to try to put all of the power generators on the inside of that. And then we'll fly in resources that we need that are not in the local biome through the top. So the drones will come in and out of the top. So I got to figure out how to get the hot sauce bottle opening to be where the drones go up and down. And then once we make all that power, the main factory is going to be like a giant taco. And that's where we'll do everything we need for the phase 5 space elevator, which we'll probably do like 1 to 2 parts per minute. So it's not going to be crazy big, but it'll be like a couple hundred machines for sure. Hot Sauce Factory would be cool if it was nuclear. I just did a big nuclear build, so on this one I've never done, like, this is probably gonna be rocket fuel, I think, because of the shape of the building. If I do rocket fuel, it's ionized gas. Actually, I probably should do the ionized, because rocket fuel is still a fluid. Ionized rocket fuel is not. So if I do ionized, then I don't have to worry about, because gases, you don't have to worry about head lift. So if I produce on the bottom the ionized rocket fuel, then the inside of the bottle can just have generators in it, and I won't need to worry about pressure. So I'd probably be looking at something like that. And so I still don't know how I'm going to handle the top corner, the top round piece up here, and how I'm going to do the taco ingredient. So the bottom will be like ground beef, then there'd be like some lettuce, some peppers, and then some cheese sprinkles on it. They should introduce steam. You mean like steam power? There's a bunch of mods for alternative power types, and steam is one of them for sure. But so anyways, so we're probably talking about this whole project end to end 6 months. I'd be streaming it 2 or 3 times a week. Cheese sprinkles are definitely pipes. Yeah, that would be cool. Yellow and orange. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that'd be good. This is the wrong app, but so I hope that answers your question.
Hello.
What's turbo fuel about? Every time you step up the quality of the fuel, it burns. You can get more power out of it. So you need less machines to make the overall power. Okay. Pre-shredded. Let's not get into pre-shredded cheese. This is artisanal brick cheese shredded by hand by milkmaids. Okay. Where's Memo? We don't have to drag Memo into this conversation. All right. We have no. This is the versatile framework. 12 to 1, 30 per minute on the steel beams, 5 per minute. All right, I wonder how many steel beams I'm actually making. $30 per minute, huh? That's a lot. Artisanal brick cheese. Yep, that's right. That's why I put this here. $15 per minute, and we're backed up. I wonder if I can increase my steel production. They're running 100%. What about you, lad? You're running 66. All right, let's see if we can go push. I'm gonna need a lot of encased beam. Let's go see if we can push up our iron and coal production. We should have checked back here. Hold on a second. Artisanal brick cheese is why you have a cardiologist. Fair. Yeah, I do have some in the cloud, but it's more about checking out production. So this is using 18 of our steel.
Hello.
Yo, Sebastian, what's up, man? What else is using our steel? I know we're using some for screws. That shouldn't be a lot, though. Unfuck myself? That's crazy talk. Crazy talk. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Mushy says, oh, by the way, give me them tickets. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I bought a light for back here that rotates colors. I had it on low because high seems to do some weird things to the stream. You see the banding? Fine, and go fuck yourself. Wait, what? What happened? Does this look weird? Like the blue? It's not a Govee. It's like some really cheap. Like I was looking at Govee and stuff like that. They were like 50, 60 bucks. Like this was like 22. It's probably a fire hazard. Let's get it right. So this is the light intensity, but I also have like, this is on slow. I also have quick here. It seems it's too distracting, I think. I was just wondering, I turned it low for it to start. All right, put it on slow again. Reactor power goes to 100. That's fair. All right. Let's go run some. I'm gonna go steal from the heavy modular frame. We needed 100 of these bad boys. All right, let's see if we can go get more iron. Vomit can't. Yeah. Oh. Oh, Auntie Kai is here. Hi, Auntie Kai. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Everybody here, if you're not following Auntie Kai, this is Auntie Kai. She's a good friend. She was playing Satisfactory, probably being a heckin' cutie. Dave T's back. Everybody coming on Auntie Kai. If you don't know who I am, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids of Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation, all goes to sick kids. Auntie Kai, how was your stream? I did lurk you a little bit. Hope you had a great time. We do have a giveaway happening on December 13th. If you haven't heard, make sure to get all your money in the giveaway. Now, the Steam Deck is North America only, so Canada, US. We have a bunch of prizes coming for international audiences soon, TM. So you made trains and computers. Nice. Nice. Thank you very much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. How do we get more tickets again? Yeah, you just type !, enter, put a space, type the word Steam Deck, and then put the word Max, M-A-X. So enter Steam Deck's Max. Will do? Please do. Please do. Thank you very much. You nailed it. Endless. All right. There's also uranium over here, so it might get a little spicy. All right. What are we running here? That's Max. It's already a Mark II minor. I mean, I can't get any more out of that hole. That hole is giving all she's got. There's another node, isn't there? I think there's one up here. We got that one. Let's go check it. So far away. Man, there's a joke in there somewhere that I can't get it out of the hole. There has to be a reason why we didn't tap this one earlier. I think this is the one that's like on the side of the mountain. I don't know what that dismantle crate's from. Alright, what flavor is it? It is a normal iron node. What are you? Sam. Oh, hello. Well, I think we need it. Now the problem is getting it home. We have a couple options. Long ass belt. Long ass belt. Truck. We can truck it. This path over here wouldn't be bad for a truck. If we did trucks, we would need fuel. We can't run them off Sam. Is there coal over here? Now, the reason why I'm asking this as a question, so there's some coal across there. We are using a node randomizer, so all the nodes in the game have been changed. Let's just see if this is like a pure node. Maybe we set up trucks and we use coal as the fuel source and we just run a bunch of trucks. Yeah, Doe, it was part of the challenge is trying to make the game harder because usually I know where all the nodes are. What are you? Where are you? Ah, actually a coal node next to a uranium node. It's an impure coal node. Probably could have figured that out without having to get all the way down there, but I don't think that's worth it. The impure node would be enough to make... I don't think it's worth it. Just belt it, right? It's a single investment. It's just a pain in the ass. Probably just run it up here. I know you're angry that I'm here. Cookie. You're gonna be fine. Quit being so grumpy pants. Alright, I think that what I'm trying to do is find the first foundation against this wall that's on my grid, which is the world grid, that I can use as a, let's call it like a wall mounted elevator shaft. Guys, I'm gonna have to delete some of these trees. You gonna be okay with that? Not many. Not many. I think it's really just this one tree. Let's leave that for now. Production. All right, let's get a mine down there. The boys are not happy tonight. The boys are not cool. I'm gonna say, the boys are being dicks. You hear them just snarling at me? Missing portable miner. Good news is I can make those by hand because I cannot automate them. Oh yeah, we were supposed to go check our hard drive. That is cool. That is cool. Don't forget to get into the giveaway. Also, don't forget to tune in next Saturday at 1 o'clock. Big stream event. I'm going to be out in Salt Lake City hosting the Extra Life Unlocked event. I do know there's prizes and all sorts of stuff, giveaways, then that they're doing too. I should be hosting a few game shows. Jack Patel is going to be there as well. This is cool. There is a resource node here. You're just being mean. It sounds almost as exciting as Pixel Daddy. Pixel! Thank you, pal. You gonna meet up at Skittish and Bus? Yeah, no, 100%. On Thursday of next week, I'm gonna be streaming with Skittish and Bus from Skittish and Bus's house. We're gonna be making a giant Lego Black Pearl. Guys, you just have to give me like 30 seconds, all right? I will be out of your hair forever. Send it up the middle, boss. Then you'll have your silly little forest back. Bonus if you wound up in a flamingo. I'm most likely. I mean, how do you go there and not wind up in a flamingo? You basically have to try to do that. Can I make a chainsaw? Yes. Not in my hands. Alright, I think that's all I need to delete. This looks legit, right? This looks legit. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Okay. know what? Easier. Ladder. We don't need this. We don't need this silliness. We will need power. All right, hold on a second. The boys are too angry. They'll end up getting stuck in the machine. We gotta protect the machine. Wub, how you feeling, by the way, pal? I know you weren't feeling awesome last week. All right, I see you. Oh, all right, you found the hole in the fence. Got it. Okay, come out here. Come on, out. We're out. We're getting out, guys. All right, I think that's fine. Consume, oh, GERD, okay. Well, that's, whoa, we didn't go high enough. I am the player in the way. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, there's been a few cases or situations here as well, like where you're just like, something doesn't feel right. I've done enough Googling to know that this could be a big deal. I'm not a doctor. I'm gonna go talk to one. And just that alone, it's just a hard realization. Also scares everybody. You know what I mean? But I'm glad to know that possibly it's not a huge deal, although something you have to deal with, right? C-Pine has it too. Yeah. Vibes for tonight, just the rock stuff. Everything I imagine an impending heart attack would feel like, and it's been going on for, oh, it's still happening, huh? It's still happening. I thought it was like a momentary, like, spasmodic type of thing, but you're saying it's still going. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god. Come on, please. They're gonna eat my butt. 3 nipples. Just needed the 1.
Hello.
Hey, Duca. Loxel, what's up? How you doing? Oh. Oh. Alright, this is where... Wait, is that a... Oh my... I saw... Pixel, thank you. Oh my God, Pixel. Oh, Bubby, you too. All right, guys, free stickers. Everybody, there's a button over here. Sticker party. Just push it. Just cover up this bullshit. No dang. Just cover this shit up. Put other stickers on. Jigsaw. That's fine. That's fine. Nothing but Moodang. No Moodang. We don't need any more Moodangs. We had enough. Guys, thank you for all the stickers. You have angered it? Well, you probably just need to refresh. Sometimes it just... Well, Jesus Christ. It's probably a good time to mention, if you don't want to hear all the Moodang stickers, you can go to YouTube. There's no stickers. There's no music. IT Eagle, what's up, man? Both of you, Pixel, Wubby, thank you for all the bits. I appreciate you. All of those bits go to help a sick kid. So thank you all for just stomaching the Moodangs. Appreciate you. Yeah, but you can always just go hang out on YouTube, and there's a lot less of the. Yep. Yep. This is now. Yeah. Right now. Kaiser, thank you very much for the space balls. Appreciate you. All right. Guys, thank you for the hype train. Thank you for all the stickers, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you. 5K away, Nacho, close to getting a crisp. Wubby, Mrs. Rad, thank you very much for the stickers. I appreciate you. Moodang reminds you of Swibby's. You had one more. You found that in the couch cushions. You found that the sticker one in the couch. Thank you. None of this makes any sense if you're watching on YouTube. Well, yeah, the context is there. You know what you're missing. You know what I mean? That sound sucks, Duca. Yes, it does. However, I understand and you understand that every time you hear that annoying sound, that's $1 for sick kids. So, yes, it's annoying. Also annoying, having a sick kid. Annoying, a word. I felt hi-fi over a taco. Let me get in the middle, please. But like I said, Duca, if you're annoyed by the sounds or the music or whatever have you, you can just watch on YouTube. Question, does anybody stream to YouTube? I'm not seeing the YouTube lives automatically go to VODs. Do I have to go do something to make them automatically go to VOD? More annoying, being a sick kid, right, Spec? Yeah, that's always what I get to. It's like every time I feel anything, it's just like, you know what? Imagine you're in that situation. Oh, you would trade so fast. I have zero things to complain about. That's what I'm saying. Oh, 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 okay, oh, okay. All right, they're still here. They're still angry. Are you inside or outside? Thank you very much, Tawny. Wait, Tawny, 500 bits? Tawny is very generous of you. Thank you, Tawny. All right, we can navigate this without fear of getting hit by a dum-dum. Taco playing in a... So, Moodangs to the AI was a cow? I like how it's like, yeah, I'm so confident. I'm just going to make a cow and everybody's going to be cool with it. AI, we got to talk. I spent a few weeks in a hospital at age 6. Good for the not dying, but otherwise not the most fun ever. Yeah, so Extra Life kind of kicks in on a few different levels there, Spec. So obviously, you know, in this country, some people have healthcare that covers things, others that don't. Extra Life can kind of fill the gap if a family doesn't have what they need. But if a family has the medical coverage they need and they're still, you know, have to be at the hospital for weeks or months, first, Extra Life can pay for hotel rooms so that the parents can stay nearby, especially if there's like a long distance travel. Some people have to travel hours to get to the hospital to get their kid, you know, seen. And then the kid, like, there's times where that kid's home alone, at the hospital alone, without anybody there. It's terrible. Australian Public Health said 3-ish decades ago. Lucky. Very British metal EDM. That's fine. I wish there was a way to stream for all the children's hospital. What do you mean, Mrs. Radden? You mean not just Boston? So that is a topic of conversation for me, is like next year, I've been talking to Extra Life. There's a way for me to change my affiliation. So it's not just one hospital. It's all the hospitals. However, there's people that get to decide where the funds go. So it hits a general fund, and then somebody's in charge of dispersing the general fund. But they have to be inside of the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Like there's like, I think it's like 130 hospitals in America that are a part of it. Yeah, Children's Miracle Network. You're right. So I could just hit all the hospitals versus just Boston. But that's a topic of conversation. But the reason why I'm able to go to this event too is because Boston Children's is paying for me to go. Well, part of it, at least. All right. What was that? Foundation up? Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and delete those. Do we still? No, we don't do trucks. We don't do trucks. Do we do trucks? Do we do trucks? Let me say this. We could do trucks. I could put a pad over here. We could put a couple of truck stations. You can't do it? Fuck it. Fuck it. So this is a pretty flat path. The fucking thing sucks. Pretty flat path. We might have to do a little help over here. Actually, getting the trucks through here might be a challenge. So the trucks can come down here. This is not super wide. I never thought this would be actually used. would probably be better. I mean, the big challenge is getting past this big rock. Like, getting the trucks through here, it's like a non-starter. They're going to get hung up on this all the time. So I would have to find a way. You know, honestly, I'm just feeling a belt, man. It'd just be so much easier. So I'd have to get the trucks up here. I'm just going to run a belt. I'm going to run a sloppy, dirty, gross belt. The problem is I want to hook that belt up back there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. How do I get that in here? Because I got to connect it to the steel plant. All right. How many... do we get the 100 heavy modular frames? We did. These go in here? No, these go in the HMFs. Got thems. Got the screws. Okay, I mean, this is still going, which is good. Alright, let's go get and push it. We get those. I don't think we have 100, but I think I had some of the cloud. Nope, not those. Yeah, there we go. 400 rubber. $1,500 concrete. Well, it'll be the separate one. Concrete. All right, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just try to set up the other two items for the space elevator. I'm just going to set those up by hand, I think. Similar, just a couple machines in a box.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always.
Alright, what do I need to make? Missing cable. Nick, what have you been watching on TV? Got any good recommendations for us? All right. Andor, yeah, is it good? No, they're in manufacturers. Dum dum. Alright, modular engine, motors, rubber, smart plating. Fuck, we deleted all of our smart plating. It's okay. You just finished the second what? It's incredibly important right now. Fall to fascism, rise of the empire. Kind of appropriate, right? Alright, let's check what we got for a hard drive. What do we get? We got automated miner and fine concrete. Fine concrete might actually be good for us because we have a silica node, but we don't have many limestone nodes. Let's run another one. Actually, did I delete the, yeah. Several storylines away from everyday work. You know, I just got so burned out of like the ridiculous cash grab, which is Star Wars. And I liked yo, oh, okay. Okay. Mercury Vapors, you need to decide what you want to build. You want to build? It's the black sheep of Star Wars. You want this splitter right here? Mercury Vapors, you want to choose a color? What color are you? You are like, usually like white, aren't you? How about this one right here? Is this your gem? Is that what you wanted? All right, we have to make... We have to make smart plate. Even if we wanted to make one per minute. Smart plating can go into the manufacturer. So much room for activities. Disney Star Wars has generally sucked. I mean, I would agree. It just feels like every time I'm watching it, I'm just like, this is the corporate sludge pipe. It's like 1,000 people working on it. It's a job. Star Wars cash grab is a slice of the Death Star Lego for okay. Yeah. All right, we could put reinforced iron plates and rotors automated over here. We have the meats. For now, we're not going to do that. We're gonna manual it. We could just go do the math on how many of the things do we need. All right, now you also need Motors. But didn't they already have Andor? Is that a second? Is that another Andor? Because I thought I already watched Andor. Did I already watch Andor? All right, this is reinforced iron plates and rotor. All right, let's go get reinforced iron plates and rotors. Andor's 2 seasons. So you're saying this? You're saying season 2 Andor is really good? Because I've already watched Andor season 1. It is cool. You should jump into the giveaway. It's on par with season 1. Yo. Is he? He's supposed to be sleeping. I'm also noticing I don't have any rotor. Is there a bin over here with rotors in it? Yeah, okay. I'm not supposed to sleep over. Okay, that's fair. I'll keep you up. I just don't want you to get in trouble, buddy. What have I done? What have I done? Fuck is this jank? Yo. Okay. Mrs. Rad would like a trivia question, huh? Try this one. All right. Mr. Hort Schultz would like to change his first name to Hose. He holds the record for the farthest ejaculation ever at how long? A, 7 feet, B, 5 feet, C, 16, 18 feet, D, 22 feet. Guys, you have 30 seconds.
Hello.
What up, Toulon? How you doing? A7, B5, C18, D22. All right, correct answer is C, 18 feet. That is impressive. 18 is too many feet. Oh, 16 is not too many? 16 were cool? 18, too many. You never measured, but now you're curious? I mean, I think... What's average? It's got to be like 4 or 5 feet. Yeah, well, like, was he running full sprint? Is it like a long jump kind of thing? That man comes in like a horse. Maybe the record person has to measure it from a roof? A fucking long jump. That is nuts. No, it came from his nuts, though. Alright. And then this was, what, fucking rubber and motor? Wait, where'd I get the 50 smart plates from? 100 smart plates. Alright, we gotta get power up here, too. Oh, shit. Where did my bin go? I lose my bin all the time. What is average? I don't know. It's gonna be less than 10 for sure. I feel like anything over 10, you're starting to hit, like, rarefied air. I'm just guessing here. Just, oh, you're that close. Oh, sweet. I didn't know you were that close. Where did I put my fucking bin? Right there. You start to hit like the wall. I can't think it's bad. Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing? What are we doing? Alright, first, let's get some power up on the ceiling. We got another hard drive. That's what I was looking for. I'm struggling. I gotta get hover pack. Hover pack would be very important for me right now. I won't be answering that. I know you make a difference. Sick kids. Though, incognito for anything dicey puts fresh VPN sets in for if it's watchlist worthy. I mean, that's the thing, Tony, is I don't want you to, like, rush and sacrifice the thing that you want to make for the timeline. That's why I'm not committed to anything. Like, we've got stuff, we don't need it. I just don't want you to feel like you would have done it differently. And I know life and stuff gets in the way, so you don't have to worry about it. I just don't want you to stress out. I've told you from day one, don't ever want you to stress out. I want this to be something fun that you like to work on, that potentially at the end of the day helps some kids. Okay, I'm just making sure. I write fiction. I've researched a lot of dicey stuff, including some that's potentially quite dangerous if I did want to. Yeah, you listen, you search how to make a pipe bomb, right? Like, that's a trigger. All right. Just always want to make sure we're being kind. All right, rubbers and motors. Let's go. We know where the rubbers are. Think it's back. I didn't know you wrote books. How many books do you have? And are you published on Amazon? I'm only kind when there's no proof that it happened. Okay. Why? What? You don't want proof that you're kind? All right. I'm sure I didn't need that much rubber, but I'm sure we don't have a third that many motors. Oh, it's not nothing. All right, go to bed. I love you. Have a great night. Everybody go follow Tawny. Follow the Tawny. All right. How many of these things do we need to make? 500. That means we need 1,000 motors. We need, wait. Yeah, 1,000 motors. 15. We're gonna need 15,000. No, 7,500 rubbers. Smart plate. We need 1,000 smart plate. The smart plate's gonna kill us. What do we say? 1,000 of these? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And the rubber. Each row is 2, 4, 6, 8. 1,600. So let's call it 15, 3, 6. Okay, so that's about all the rubber we need. Okay, we still need some more motors. Smart plate, you're gonna need a lot of it. All right, buddy, you're just gonna have to chew for a while. You're gonna be all right. You just gotta burn. You just gotta burn. I did write one book that had been read by 40,000 people last check. Nice. What's the name of it? Post it in chat if you want to. I don't want to push you into doing anything you don't want to do, unless it's butt stuff. And you should do it. Have you slooping yet? We did sloop. We slooped our computers. Was it the computers we slooped? Or was it these things? Oh no, it's heavy modulars. These. Yeah, we're getting a little boosty boost on this one. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna have to let it cook for a while. I just have to make sure those machines are filled. All right, then the adaptive control. Oh my god, we gotta know the wires. Oh, I hate these. We need 100 of these, which means we need 200 computers. No, 200. Yeah, 200 computers. 100 HMFs. The adaptive wires. We're gonna have to set these back up. Okay. I forget how much this phase sucks. I mean, the next phase sucks too, but this one sucks. Where is our ma'am? Plastic AI limiter.
Hello.
Plastic smart plating. Yo, what up, Nub? Monday will be the last day. Okay. Yeah. So as we were saying previously, Tony's making a piece of art for the channel. And if you go hang out with Tony on Monday, while she's making it, she has a couple redeems that you can get your name put into the piece of art. So everybody go hit the follow button. Go hang out with Tony on Monday. Tony, what time on Monday? Is it Monday evening? It's sad. So just go hang out with Tony. She'll give you all the instructions. But yeah, I mean, get your name on it. 5 p.m. Central. Yeah, Tony. Feel free to just like draw names on the rocks. You know what I mean? Like whatever you want. What am I doing here? What is the normal wrestling? So we're trading copper for plastic. We got a lot of plastic. I don't think we need to... I mean, we have a lot of plastic. 8 per minute. What is the trade on this one? You're stretching iron with plastic. It's actually not bad. 2 per minute. Oh, this is much. It's much slower. No, wait. It's much faster. Little complexity. Little oil. All right. Love you too, Tony. All right. I don't think I make any decisions. I think I'm just going to load up. I'm going to load my pockets up with all the recipes. All right. Adaptive wiring. I guess we start setting that up. Start filling it in. Stator and cable. Fuck you. It's not an illegal build shape. Hit a random button to close stream, otherwise you'll be lurking. All right, man. Bad dog. I appreciate you. Good luck getting all the cruft out of your. Oh, we only need 3 here: motor, rubber, and smart plate. Those smart plate, motor, rubber. We won't hold it against you if you start jibber jabbering. Got a streak and run. All right, lit it up. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Heaven Bear, hi. Oh, Haven Bear, sorry. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Cheers to you. Banger. Oh yeah, we cleaned this out recently, didn't we? out of state or here. All right, giveaway. Where's that build case? Where did I put the build
Hello.
case? Paradise City girl, how you doing? Welcome in. Where'd I put my build case? I lose these things all the time. Happy Saturday. What are you up to? There it is. Get the strap on. Oh, did you say you sent me an animation? Oh my god. Pfft. This so Mox is playing with some AI. He took his headshot, he threw it into an AI, made a photo, and now he's animating that photo. This is caveman Mox with a lightsaber. I mean, the hair physics. Like, you know, the weird part is, like, we put all this work into, like, these 3D physics-based systems for rendering stuff. And then we're like, hey, I just kind of guess it. Just wing it. Well, you know, here's what actually is going to happen, right? The physics-based systems are going to get an AI that sits in front of it. That's going to basically kind of just kind of automate the connection between those two things, I guess, at some point. It's just a question of whether or not there's a total collapse of our economy and subcultures before then or after then. Like, it's just the when, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know how much time and money Pixar put into hair modeling, yeah. Yeah, it's giving us a weighted average of all the physics-based systems. That's your real hair? Oh, yeah, Miss Red. Yeah, you're right. This is just publicly accessible tech. There's all sorts of AIs that are being connected to other platforms and tools for sure, right? It's just so funny. It's like, you know, this is, I'm going to say 60% of the way there. And it's just like, it almost goes to your waist. All right. Well, what we're saying is the video, the hair in the video is not your real hair. That's a generated picture of your hair. Go to your waist though. That's, how do you not get it caught in like car doors and when you sit down and every time you walk anywhere? How does it not get caught? I have that wig. I throw it on every once in a while, and I feel like it's the worst thing in the world. You do sit on it, Peanut Boy. How long is Peanut? How long is your hair? Got me all hair jealous. Past the bottom of your butt. Holy shit. Oh, fuck me. What am I doing? Automated wiring should be moving, right? We had to move the motors up there. We did. Wait, he's short though? Oh, you're calling him Smurf. He's got Smurf hair. Got it. I'm sure that's totally reasonable to do. Wait. Stator and cable? We never got the stator and cables. Didn't I just pick out a bunch of stators? I threw them into the motors because we need the motors. We need both motors and stators. That's what I really should do, is I should automate stator. Yo, Kev, what's up, man? I know you. You're building a factory? Nah. We don't do that here. Ooh. All right, before we animate it, automate it though, we gotta fill it. We gotta fill it. Kevy, how you feeling, man? All right, those cables have to go up there too. I cannot be highly sexual. You're fine. You're fine. YouTube doesn't see any of your Twitch chat, so you're good. Let's grab the cables, run those over there. Pay me! Wait, this is the one that wants cable, right? No. These guys. Yesterday was hard. I hung with my dad. Sounds like a lot of us right now. How is your dad? Is he all right? But on a high note, sister's birthday was good. Halloween was slow, so I have a bunch of candy and I have a great burger for dinner. Nice. Yeah. Family relationships can be incredibly difficult to manage. All right, we gotta wait for more rubber to build up. Crap, I forgot this is a song. We needed plastic in here, didn't we? We do. He had a hip replacement? Oh, word. How old is he? Okay, you are circuit boards, cable. That's cable. You know what we can do? We can spend a minute upgrading the logistics for the plastic cable, the wire and the cable. Where did that bin go? God damn it. Lost another one. Back from space? You just like re-enter like that? You don't need to like Alright, where'd my fucking bin go? Where'd my build bin go? I stuck it somewhere. Where'd I stick it? Is it cool though? Where did I put it? Holy smoke, Simple Primate! Buddy, how are you? We were talking about you the other night. Brother, hope you're doing okay, man. 69, alright, word. That's what she said. Might be 68. Primate, welcome back, bud. How you feeling, man? Doing alright? Good to hear, man. Hope your battle's going okay. I know there's a lot of up and down. But I'm glad you're here, man. Glad you're here. I was like, I wonder if I had a way to contact you. I didn't reach out. There it is. I was gonna reach out on Discord. I figured that'd be okay. Alright, let's go repair or modernize or whatever the right word is down here. Alright, that's the wire going in. It's been upgraded. The wire coming out, though. Are you the... It seems like it's wire on the top side. Is there another way up? No. Really? Wait, is that true? Are you reclaiming daylight savings? There it is. I didn't think we were ready for that. I'll take an extra hour tomorrow. What am I gonna do with it? I have a 2 o'clock. What time's the Patriots game tomorrow? Patriots play here tomorrow at 1. Okay. Cat yells before the first light and gets 0 fucks. Brother, the fuck are we doing?
Extra life.
You can't even see the name.
Thanks, curator.
I finally sent him some money this month. Let's go. Liz for helping. Directly donated 55 to Extra Life. All right, Kebs and Liz. That means you get a wheel spin. Guys, you have a dated echo with... Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Kebby, Liz, both of you, heckin' cuties. Thank you for the donation to Sick Kids. For that donation, we have to. Oh, you know who we gotta send? We gotta send bread. Well, no, I'll just give it to him. Luckily, we gotta send a gift. So you get your ornaments. So as a reminder, if you donate $50, you get extra life ornaments. So the blue and white ones, if you do a $55 donation. Yeah, who wants the money? Kev, do you want the money or do you want Liz to get the money? Liz, she helped me budget. All right. So give the bank dollars to Liz. Also, Kev, if you can fill out that form so to remind me to send you remind me to send you the logo. Make sure I'm getting your latest address. I don't think it's changed, but it just goes on my to-do list when you fill out the form. So just go hit the form up again. What did you miss? Kevin Liz did a donation to Sick Kids. And then the last thing is you get a wheel spin. I'm going to leave that in the hands of the Who Knows You. All right. So if you get a green 10,000, you get another spin, and you spin until you get a prize that's not a green. Okay. I'll get you right here. It is Liz. Yo, weird dreams. Right here. All right, you ready, man? Ready, Kebby? I'm Wiz. All right. All right, here you go, Kev. Thank you for the generosity to Sick Kids, both of you. All right, extra 25K. There you go. All right, and as a reminder, make sure both of you guys use all of your money to get into the giveaway for the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck's a super cool prize, man. A super cool prize. Kev, you got like $250,000. You should get all those prizes in there. Kev, just as a reminder, we do have another taco case, meaning the Corsair computer gaming case coming. I don't know if I still have that as a thing I can pull up. Hold on a second. I may have cleaned it up already. Yeah, I may have cleaned it up. But remember the black case with all the Mr. Taco branding? We're getting another one of those. Yeah, we're getting another one of those, and we're gonna have a display as well. So if the Steam Deck's not your mojo, we're gonna have another Corsair gaming case. It's a mid-tower case. It's nothing huge, but it fits like all the modern video cards and stuff like that. It's sizable, you know. So anyways, that's gonna be a giveaway for December 13th as well, assuming it comes in. It's supposed to be here next week, or actually we said by the 15th of November, so it might be a little bit longer. But anyways, until it's actually physically in hands, it doesn't go on the giveaway list. Thank you again, buddy. Appreciate the help, man. It's nuts. All right, so we need wire. So this is my problem. My big problem is that
Hello?
where I built all this stuff. Hey, Audrey, how you doing? Welcome in. Everybody say hi to Audrey. Too bad you give me your taco bucks. No, you're not failing. What do you mean you're failing? Like, this is the thing, and I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, the amount of generosity in this very small circle. Like, let's be honest. We're a pretty successful Twitch stream here, but also there's maybe a total of 1,500 to 2,000 people that come through here. That's it. it's not hundreds of thousands of people, right? Like, so all this fundraising is a very small amount of people that are doing it, right? So do not feel like you need to donate. It's ridiculous how much you guys already have donated. Like, if you all went back and checked all of your receipts for Extra Life, I mean, it's a ridiculous amount. And so I feel like I hang here and I do my thing, and you know, like, it, do not feel like you're failing in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Hermit, what's up? Turts McGurts, just swing about and say howdy. It would not be a good idea. I know, Jerry. And you should, by the way, make sure you're deducting it from your taxes, because it does lower your taxable income, and it could be the difference between you being between two tax brackets, and you could save yourself a little cheddar. You know what I mean? MTG Avatar release? Well, even if you're under the standard deduction, if you're my understanding is, and I could be wrong, but if you're you know how it's like the I forget the terminology is, but the tax brackets are progressive. Your donations can drop you back down under a tax bracket. Even if you do your standard deduction, I think you can still. Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm not doing a standard deduction. Maybe that's why. No, you might be right. When we hit $50,000 this year, there'll be $200,000. Like I said, it's a small community doing that. Kicked a chunk of money to a local charity because otherwise that money would have been in a higher bracket. Yeah, something like that. You have to itemize for charity deductions. Audrey, weren't you? Oh no, no, you're not. I think you're in IT, right? Programmer. That's what I thought, Audrey. It's been a hot second. My brain is kind of rot. All right, so to automate stators, which stators are made. Oops. Stators are made over there, and I've been bringing them over here. So we'd have to get wire over here. But this is a big problem, and maybe this is, I probably do this off stream. Here's my problem. This little area right here is very, very tight. This big rock here really says that all this automation needs to go over here. I think I got to move these machines out. This is part of what I was talking about. Take all these away here. Move them upstairs. Okay. Then we can move the pipes upstairs. Then we just got to figure out how to get the wire over, which I think is what I'm planning, and probably not planning well. I think something like, I wanted to leave this feature here. IT, okay. Item is for a certain government agency, which means they say that. Okay. We got our answers, guys. Just trust. I'm trying to figure out, how do I get things from over here, like copper sheets, wire, all these pieces. How do I get them over? I could thread them down in here. They can come up here, and maybe we just run. Maybe this is a bus right here. Maybe I just start running those bus objects this way. Yeah, this wall, this is gonna have to come down because it's gonna be in the way. Right, this is factory planning, right? So maybe there's like an artery right here where those belts come back here, and then we can start doing some more automations up here. So all I really have to do is thread those down and have them come up this gap right here where this orange is. Whether donations are made or not, never about who gives or how much of the giving is done. Join the collective group. Yeah, I mean that's it, man. Loxlaw, I appreciate you, and believe me, like, it's sitting in this side of the chair, right? Like, first, Mushy, thank you very much. Sitting in this side of the chair, it's an absolute honor. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of work I put into this thing, but it's, I feel a lot of, self-fulfillment by doing it. You know what I mean? Like, feel like I'm doing something useful for this fucking planet at times. Not all the times. You're in a whole different countries thing is back? Yeah. But Loxel, I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. All right, so we're going to have to remove this, which also means I need to move these stairs. I feel like these were just placed here a while ago, and they just been here. It is time. It is time for us to say goodbye to these stairs. They are not what we need, and they're never where we need them. Now, the better question is, where do the stairs go? All right. Now, we do have a set of stairs over here, but they unfortunately run right into the bottom of the logistics down here. So that's not a good place. Now we do have right here, which I should probably tighten this up a bit. We can go to like a 4 wide, 2 wide. Kind of clear out the middle here. That's what I gotta do. That's what I actually have to do. I have to clear out the middle here. I just don't have like, I don't have like a lane to kind of like start moving resources around. Ms. Rads, you in the country you can't understand our tax law. Yeah, I mean they make it difficult so they can game the system. If it was flat and everybody had to pay the same, it'd be too hard for them to game the system. And listen, I know that's a point of view, and you know, you can argue that because it's definitely full of holes for sure, but you know, and it's not one party. Both parties both equally benefit from a complex tax system. Yeah, we just had like a flattening of the tax code a little bit, and it was reversed because it was it was too hard to cheat. Just leaving this here to let you know I represent in 2 platforms. Thank you very much, Audrey. I appreciate you. We need those subscriptions over on YouTube. I think we got to start doing more videos. Yeah, and every state's different. You're right too, and you have to pay state taxes and federal taxes. It's a shit show, but it's always a shit show. You know what I mean? Gabby, I just don't know where I get the time to edit videos. You know what I mean? It's like I had to have to trade streaming hours for editing hours, and right now, that'd be I don't know. I feel like I'm already kind of behind the gun. Need an editor? I always need an editor, but it's also like I don't want to tax you for that, right? Hire Kebby. That's a cash flow problem, right? But also hire Nick. Crestmaster, I also discovered you can put splitters and stuff on vertical. Wait, splitters on conveyor lifts. My life has changed. I don't know if did they fix the spacing on those things? The spacing of those things was wonky, right? Now, when I say wonky, what I mean is it's off grid. No, I guess not. I guess it's back on grid. Oh, well, I was having problems with this earlier. Wasn't it on the last save, right? Alright, that's straight. No, they fixed it. Whatever the bug was, they fixed it. Oh my god. What up, Dark? Not much, man. How you been? That's cool, man. Liz is learning? Liz is an editor now? Everybody, this is Dark Techie. If you don't know, we've been talking about you, Dark. We've been thanking you up and down for these ornaments. Hello. So Dark is the guy who made this happen. He's the guy with all the 3D printers, and he spent hours modeling and bending and breaking and reprinting all these ornaments. They are super cool. We've been shipping them out. Everybody loves them. Dark, one of the things I didn't realize, or somebody took this, put a magnet on it, and then stuck it to their fridge. It was awesome. So thank you very much. Thank you for all your efforts. And if you need any other 3D printing services, I can completely recommend Dark Techie Networks. Yeah, the just hot glue and a magnet to the back is little change, big difference. And then that way it doesn't have to stay as an ornament and just hang it on your fridge. I even thought about ordering some magnets and just sending them in the box. 2026, maybe. It's very cool. Appreciate you, Dark, and thank you for the resub, by the way. So the whole idea was for me to get all the machines off this floor. Right? If I get all, if I just delete this and just rebuild it, then I can just put them all on top. I mean, that's just the right way long term. Because then I can use this entire floor for logistics. So after phase 3, we're gonna have to do phase 4. I think we're gonna have to do phase 4 here. I even forgot what is phase 4. It's the modular engine. No, those are modular engines. It's a white, orange, square, guys. I know what they are. Just don't remember how many machines we need. I just said, ooh, let's turn the ornaments into pins. They're very stiff. And I'll send. I'll pack the bag for you guys. I'll send you both some. So, all right, Eski, thanks for being here, man. Brodium, appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'll toss some extra in the bag just because I know there's 2 of you. All right, more and more I think about this. I think we have to keep some things down here. I think concrete's fine here. If I could just figure out a way to clear out the artery so I can take copper and stuff and send it along the ceiling down this way, clear out enough space here. I can reverse the logistics. Nah. I mean, I could. Then I could just feed it on the top. I don't know. We're doing some thinking. I'm gonna go pass out, Brodium. Catch you later, pal. Yeah. All right, let's just make sure all of our machines are topped off. The current printer I'm working on takes 21 hours to print 5. Jesus fucking Christ. No power? We never plug this in? Yeah, we did. Okay, we don't have any motors. We don't have any smart plating. Why aren't we having smart plating? Stators? Did we bring stators ever? No. Alright, let's go get some stators. Ah, that's right. Stators were for motors. Not many's. Not many's. Have a good one, Brodium. All right, we never got our stairs though. We deleted stairs, but we never added stairs. Here, maybe? Sure. This makes sense. That's the iron room right there, right? Yeah. I'm sleepy, but I don't feel well, so sleep must wait. What do you mean you don't feel well? Someone's talking about if I fucking hate sleeping, so I'm wide awake and not even sleepy at all. You gotta sleep, man. Sleep is the thing that repairs your brains. We're gonna put this in. No, these are running. You don't have power. How have you been here this entire time, no power? What a shitheel am I? Sleep is not for the weak, but I understand your point of view. Alright, take a couple of these, just crank them out. $2.5, so this is a 1-for-1. Automated wiring, you needed to make 1,000 of them? Is that true? I think I want a stator recipe. That's what I really want. What stator recipes do I have? Just the basic. Alright, let's pull up the MAM. Let's pull up a MAM. Seeing that we have a couple extra hours tomorrow morning, I might catch a super early stream tomorrow. Steel canister, pure Caterium. All right, we need a good alternate stator recipe. What is a good stator recipe? Let's see. All right. Oh yeah, the quick wire stator. Oh, that would be good. We have quick wire. We have steel pipe. It's just those two, huh? Yeah, I want this one. Yo, Shade, what's up? How you doing? Iron wire. Well, well, quick wire. We're using quick wire for circuit boards, right? No, I think we made a couple of AI limiters. That's it, though. We have... You need fabric to unlock fabric? No. I think you might be reading it wrong. You need mycelium and biomass to unlock fabric. Yeah, there's a polymer resin. There's a polymer resin fabric. All right, I think we focus on trying to get, for us, because then what would we be using wire for? If we end up going over to Caterium quick wire stator, what do we use wire for? Just cable? I'm trying to spread out our resources. Because we're not using quick wire for anything, and we have a good strong Caterium node. When do I get hover pack? I could use a hover pack right now. That would be that hit the fucking spot. Where is the hover pack? Is that a tier unlock? Or is that a MAM unlock? I think that's a tier unlock, isn't it? Yeah, it's a tier lock. Well, jetpack, I'm talking about hover pack though. We can't see it yet. All right, we're gonna have to ship this without it. Okay. All right. Does that say it's smarts plate? Oh, this never got the right recipe. Alright, I duffed it. We need circuit boards, HMS, and computers up here. Circuit boards, automated wire, right? HMS, circuit boards. I was wondering why this looked weird. Oh, we just put more in that bin. Make him kiss. Never mind. All right, circuit board. Cool. Computers. In my opinion, it's a bit too late. By tier 6, I really got frustrated and couldn't build nice factories without trying to enable the advanced game settings. Enable flying. Wish it would have been more because I can't get achievements. Do you have a save in, like an earlier save? You just go back and just roll back? Alright, give me the circuit boards. Those gotta go up. Give me the computers. Wait, I'm sitting here. Barbecue sauce on my... What do you have barbecue sauce on? Recommend the jetpack? Jetpack is good. Oh, aluminum is something we can actually put to... Oh, actually, no. We have to hit this. We have to unlock this before we can do aluminum. Alright. Can we just stare from here? Flashlight. Alright, HMFs. Oh, you got ranch on your hoodie! All right. All right, our big bottleneck right now is Stater. So that's the automation part. I don't have tickets for a big sign. Oh, we have notes over here. Here. All right, notes. Work on stators. Clear a path in the middle for logistics. Move concrete into a 2-6. What are we gonna do? It's silly to try to like hold the roof for drones. Get the quick wire stator recipe. What else? What else? What else? What else? All right, that's it. I'm sure there's other stuff, but we'll have to pick that up on the next one, guys. As always, thanks for fucking being champs, man. Every time I pop around the old Twitches, I'm just forever grateful that you guys spend any time here at all. So appreciate you. Guys, we're gonna go hang out with a friend tonight. Let me go check to see who we got. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Chris and the Bingos. Got Spooky with Ark. Afro and Battlefield. Kylo and Factorio. What about Booty? I don't think we rated Booty in a hot minute. What is Booty up to? Booty's doing Fright Night. You guys okay with a little spooky stream? He's playing some Alien Isolation. Wait, did he just go offline? He just went offline. Fucking booty. Booty just ended. All right. Is there any Satisfactory Connery? Anybody new here? You're watching both? Nice. I can't do that. I can't listen to 2 streams at once. My brain gets mad. Bad sad. Why did that echo? Why did the end of that echo? Who's this? Vox Urso? You got Firehammer. I haven't rated Firehammer in a hot minute. He's a good dude. Yeah, let's go hit up him. He's playing Satisfactory. See how long he's been going for. See if he's all right for it. Let's see. He's been on for 4. Let me just check with him and see if he's all right.
Yourself. Yeah, that's definitely more like it. It's already I will be on for probably another 2 to 4 hours, Taco.
Sweet.
Yay. And that's how we like to see our power. Always. Company is always welcome, Taco.
All right, we're gonna go hang out with Firehammer. We love this dude. He's a good guy. He's playing some Satisfactory as well. Let's do it. Everybody, please.
Hello.
There are two. What do you call these? Raid messages. Top one here if you're a subscriber. Bottom one if you're a follower. Thank you all for being here tonight. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you for all the help with all the charity stuff. I'm gonna probably try to sneak on tomorrow morning, super early, probably for some Farthest Frontier, because I wanted to play it tonight, but I was also like, I gotta get some Satisfactory time in. So please, 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 pretty please, do me one final favor. Take care of yourself. Take care of others. Be kind to yourself. Life is a little bit shitty. Okay, give yourself the okay to take a nap, go call a friend, go for a walk, do all the things, focus on your mental health, man. It's too easy to get knocked over, tipped over. Try to be resilient, help somebody else. It always helps you out as well. Please, pretty please. Love you all very much. Thank you as always. Go hang out with Firehammer. Show him the love you show me all the time. Love you all madly. Catch you in the morning. Toodles.